Hello, everybody. This is going to be a bit of a different format than people might be used to here, so I'm going to explain this first. And if Jay and Rich could maybe mute their mics because I can hear myself, that would be cool. One down, one to go. Rich, could you maybe mute your mic using the Hangout interface for a moment so I'm not feeding back to myself? Thank you. Awesome. Okay. Um, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be playing you a little something, and then we're going to be discussing what we're playing after we all listen. And here is what's up. Drake from the Drake Update Show on the Cosmic Voice radio thingy and Facebook group and so on and so forth. He is, I guess, what some might consider an insider, whistleblower, or whatever. I consider him just yet another person with his right to his opinions and views on the subject of world events and what's going on. Now, one extremely wise decision that Drake has made is to, well, just for a familiar reference, to shortcut it here, to not quote unquote pull an Alex Jones. And what I mean by that is not making absolute definitive claims and not making absolute definitive time statements like, oh yeah, the globals are gonna be doing this on that. This is that date, and you gotta be prepared, you know. So Drake doesn't hype the shit out of it and then look like an asshole after he does it. And Drake always says that he will never give definitive anything until or unless he knows 100% for damn sure that things are definitive. So, for the first time ever, he's given some very definitive, absolute statements on something. And so, the way I see it, either, this is completely legit and we're going to see some interesting stuff happen, or Drake just pulled an Alex Jones, and a couple of months from now, I'm probably going to be doing another paradigm shift in educational comedy, just kind of laughing about it. So, anyway, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and play this through. I've obviously cut out all of the, musical intermission and stuff like that, and kind of condensed it. And it was a shorter show than he normally does. I mean, he normally does like 3 hour shows. And, I've got this down to like 50 minutes. So we're going to listen to this for 50 minutes. And then Jay and Rich are going to come back online with me here. And we're going to discuss this. And, you guys out in the YouTube audience there, you can discuss it in whatever chat room that frickin' Google Plus has put in place and make your comments and, whatever. I mean, the purpose of this is not to tell any of you what is or what isn't. I just think that this is some really interesting information, so I'm just sharing this just as data, and I'm going to have my opinions about it. Jay's going to have his opinions about it. Rich is going to have his opinions about it. And all of you are going to have your opinions about it, which is fine. So believe nothing, disbelieve nothing. A belief is just disbelief is just a belief in the lack thereof anyway. So, just keep an open mind, observe the information, and, kind of go with your heart, go with your mind, think critically, and, make of it whatever you want to make of it. If you think it's legit, cool, we'll all see. And if you think it's crap, then cool. You have every right to think it's crap, and it doesn't make you some horrible person or a PSYOP agent or blah, blah, blah. And if you think it's legit, it doesn't make you a conspiracy nut, paranoid, whatever. Just, everybody has the right to think of this, what they want to think of it. So I'm going to disable my video, seeing as I'm going to be playing this through from the other computer. And I really don't think that you guys looking at an empty couch is really going to amuse you too much or entertain you. So here we go. Just going to walk over to my machine here and going to start things playing. So everybody sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Hi all, and welcome to Cosmic Voice at this unearthly hour for me, but we felt this was important. Apologies for late introduction to the show, but Drake came up with some information today that he's going to tell you all, and so we thought it would work to do a show. So I hadn't told you previously where I was going. I went back to the UK. So this is coming live from the UK in my sister's front room. So enough of what I'm doing. I'll be back shortly, and we'll bring Drake on. Hi, Drake.
Hey, how you do?
I'm doing okay.
Got plenty of coffee, I take it.
Yes, to keep you warm. It's bitter over here. I need to be back
to you or whatever floats your boat.
Yeah.
I don't normally, we weren't going to have a show. I'm going to tell everybody that right up front. Until we got a certain word, I did, and others from certain involved parties and other things. You saw my notice, I hope. Put it on Facebook. That incommunicado was the word of the day, and it's been that way for several days. I have, however, managed to glean some things from certain people that I know are important. What I'm going to do is run this down to you. I got about 3 pages I'm going to read to you, and I want you all to pay attention because this is vitally important, not just to us, but the rest of the planet. Now, there are a lot of things going on. People have not caught up to the fact that, as I stipulated several weeks ago, the international borders and boundaries are being redrawn. Ukraine is one example of that. There will be others, just so you'll know. Don't be too excited and don't worry about it a whole lot. But there's 100 and some odd nations, 140 to 180, somewhere along in there, who are involved in this. I want to make that perfectly clear. Now, I want you to think about 180 different people trying to get them all on the same page going the right direction, especially when you've got a combination of linguistics. In other words, they don't speak the English, and I don't do that very good myself, and I was born with it. So, you know, I ain't up on Hebrew and Islamic and languages and things of that nature. It just don't fit. I get my tongue all messed up, and they don't want to talk to me. Okay, these are complex and intricate things. In other words, the complexity of the whole is multiplied by the complexity in each country. Each country is also intricate in the details. How we're pulling this off in the manner in which it has to be done very, very carefully. Most think everything is small and local. The logistics, tactics, and activities are worldwide and global in scope. Because of the impact and the total complete results, there are 2 points everyone needs to pay attention to. Now, I'm going to give you a quote. It's going to get hot, meaning the situations. And this is all over the planet. You need to understand what this is. In the near future, a secondary part of our initiation actions will take place and begin to move. The momentum is of a type that will continue with or without those who started it. In other words, it is self-generating, moves on its own. Sort of like a domino. You knock one over and you get a whole bunch of them falling if you got them stood upright. We got them stood upright, and believe me, things are happening. This whole thing is going to be extraordinary at the least, and I can't emphasize how extraordinary it's going to be. Most everything we are familiar with is about to change in a very basic way. Now, that is an understatement. The ideology and understandings and systems that everybody has put in place monetarily are fundamentally going to be changed. They're going to be changed to the better. But here's the crux. There is no guarantee that this will be peaceful. Although we have tried and done everything we can within our abilities to make sure that it will be, there is no guarantee that this will be peaceful. So, be ready for the fight if it comes to you. You should already be in touch with your local militia. If not, get in touch with them. If you don't have one, form one. All you got to do is find neighbors got guns or people that want to maintain their freedom and pool things together. Talk to them about this. It's going to start happening very quickly from here on out. Have a planned 2-week period of self-sufficiency and what goes with it. You know, I told you money under the mattress, food, water, guns, and ammo. You need to be able to protect yourself from people who would take from you. Stipulation is simple. You got a whole bunch of people in cities who may freak right out. If they do and decide to come out to wherever you're at, you could have a serious problem. Might have one anyway, but you have the opportunity to go down with a fight. And if 1 or 2 fights, the rest of them might decide it ain't worth it and go somewhere else. Hopefully, none of this will take place. If things get dicey and start to go south, I'm going to try to make announcements to as many people as I can in as many ways as possible in order to get the word out. Don't worry about it. We're working on turning the water back on in New York City. Don't freak out. We do have emergency caches of food and material located all over the country. This was seen to a long time ago. Okay. Anyone that has not needs to get a gun and ammo, whether you like the idea or not. Pick somebody in your family who doesn't mind it, can deal with it. I'm going to tell you right now, pulling that trigger the first time is hard when it's on purpose and there's no obvious threat from the opposition. However, if it's running, screaming, breaking the door down, it becomes a lot easier. There is a probability that some who have not prepared might come after those who are. Just exactly what I just stated. Add to this that some of the bad military will try to destroy communications, utilities, and supply. Yeah, that's right. There's still bad guys out there, believe it or not. And these are not nice people. They will roast you on a spit just because it's fun to watch you squirm while you sizzle. And you get to watch your family do that first. I mean, it's just lovely. Now, outside of the nightmare, a few units of this unlawful military may come after us by coming after as many activists as they can find. They know where I'm at and a whole bunch of other people. And most of the people I know who are true activists know what's going on. They're prepared one of 2 ways. Boogie bag, where you can disappear into the landscape, and your family can also do the same, or a stand and fight situation where you've got a place to hold up that's relatively impervious, whatever the case may be. Those who do not want to fight might want to figure out a way to come under the protection of someone who is willing. That is neighbors, people that you know, etc. What is being done will destroy those involved with and associated with the cabal. The resistance will be hot and heavy. These people are not going to go quietly. They ain't going to give up their rulership, king for a day, or whatever the situation may be that they look at it as. Yeah, this is insanity. However, the insanity is theirs, not ours. Most people I know of, to include everybody that's been mentioned so far, military and whatever, are well aware. Most people know, and they're prepared. The bad guys feel they have a religious right to be our rulers and do as they please with our lives. Just exactly that. Remember the Agenda 21, where it stipulates population reduction of several billion people. I don't intend to be a statistical number by any means. Everyone needs to be ready for anything. You may not pick and choose on this one. This one will come to you. Now, irrespective of that, the guardians are in place. Now, by guardians, I mean people on our side. And this is going to blow some minds. Most military, that's a majority, somewhere around 90% are with us. The mafia, yeah, crooks don't like what's going on any better than the other regular people. Yakuza, triads, militias. I'm speaking for groups that are spread out all over the planet. None of these generalized groups will be moving or going anywhere. They'll be handling their own problems locally, just as we need to do here. There will be a coordinated effort here as this continues and culminates. And most people have noticed those who hate us are still hating. The cabal is still trying. Now, hate by definition is intense hostility and aversion deriving from fear, anger, or sense of injury by those who perpetrate it. It's going to be found that many people are going to be put into situations that they had no idea would, or could exist. That we will be in the extraordinary position of knowing what's going on, what's coming, what our situation is. You know, the stipulation for the plans that have been laid are simple. In the event that a power plant goes down, we got people who stick in there to start it back up. Now, it might take a day or so. Don't be freaking out over it. Water systems, the same. Communications, the same. A whole lot of technicians have been notified and are standing by as needs. Most of these are in either general areas or directly locally to be found. People need to understand that the things I've talked to everybody about on this show are just about to start happening. The problem is going to be whether or not we can keep this as peaceful as possible. This means don't go being crazy. Don't be stupid about stuff. Do not take the law into your own hands. There are methods and people in place to handle these things. The ideology of rioting and all that goes with it is something that is not going to be tolerated. I want everybody to understand that. This is why I am trying to get this message out now. It is of crucial importance, and the timing is correct in order to do so. People need to pay attention to this. Don't worry about it. It will be handled. It may take a day or so. Generally within a day, and depending on the power plant, 2 days. Water systems can be turned back on easily. The militias, as of right now, should be on watch in any kind of a general area where they've heard that there are bad guys. They need to watch the infrastructure in those areas. These are your power transmission lines, your power plants, your water purification systems, communications. Don't let some idiot go blowing up cell towers. That's not cool. It's not cool to do anything destructive. Reason being is that the power plant, the power play, and the manner of holding the power of finance is about to come to a screeching halt. It's going over a cliff, and ain't nothing they can do to stop it. That's what I meant by momentum. This thing will carry itself to at least I'm going to say 80% completion without anybody directing the manner in which it goes. So what you have to understand is that this is, yes, very critical, and it is going to be a problem for some, a lot lesser of a problem to others, and the main thing is to not freak out, keep calm, cool, and collected, and just watch. Most of the time, when people are moving around at high speed during some calamity or another, they don't have time to look in the window and see who's in there. I'd tell you to back off from the window just a little bit, and you know, sit there with a shotgun just in case. Most of the time, they won't go after a house; they go after Walmart or something of this nature. We've got several other problems. One of those is that there are beliefs out there that go to a combination of origin belief systems, and race. None of these can be taken into consideration. All of those who live in the United States are Americans. Now, I'm not talking about the jihadists that have snuck in. I'm not talking about certain oligarchs who think they're untouchable and have a fortress that's armed and ready to defend itself. I'm talking about we, the people, all of us. If, and this is the if, and it's up to everybody, don't go shooting people. Whether they've done something to you or not makes no difference. Collect them. Take them to the local pokey for temporary holding. And it will be temporary. The differential between what was planned for us and what we're going to do to them is this. We should not lower ourselves to their level. This has been all over the Facebook page. I wholeheartedly agree with it. However, whether anybody likes the idea or not, there are going to be those who refuse to go peacefully. There are those who are going to refuse to surrender. And in some cases, not very many, probably only a few, there's going to be armed groups that will go out to try to do as much damage as is possible. If anybody is confronted with this, this is where the militia comes in. They are trained to take these people out as needs. No, I don't like shooting people. No, I think that's horrible. Oh, have I got nightmares? Oh, do I see faces from the people I shot in Vietnam some 30 years ago? However, they also know that I won't hesitate. Be sure of your target. Make sure that it is a bad guy if you are in a situation where you have to shoot. Now, second part of this, all the militias, if this continues in the manner in which it has been put to me, will be contacted by military. When that comes available, I'm supposed to be notified. I will put out a red light. This is an alert to the militias. Second part of this, everybody's looking for that green light. Neil will tell me when it is time to put the green light up. A great many things are going to be addressed by the releasement of the collateral accounts. Of those, primarily humanitarian need, full absolute employment. Anybody, whatever age you are, that can do something and wants to work, can have a job. Some will be paid very well for what they do. The ideology of minimum wage, I dare you to forget that. The idea that the Federal Reserve note is going to survive, well, I hate to inform everybody, but it ain't. The system set, as I've stipulated before, on a replacement basis, you'll have a treasury note, as I understand it, American dollar, that will be put into the system. Federal Reserve notes will be taken out. I don't know if anybody's been paying attention to the financial news, but Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates have gone off of the petrodollar. They're no longer going to trade in petrodollars. This is huge. Other than that, China and Russia already have begun their system. The United Arab Emirates and whomever will be probably copying or participating in the system that the Soviets and the Chinese have set up. You're going to have a new financial system, one that's being built in part in different places. Some in China, some in Russia, some here in the States. The combination of these will facilitate the same sort of capabilities, only greater, that the old system has had. The difference being that it will be a totally open and above-board operation, totally transparent. Anybody wants to know something, Ed? No problem. Here it is. With that, all of the backdoor deals, fun and games, will cease. There's several legal processes involved in a whole bunch of this. There are a load of treaties that are floating around in agreements to put this into place. In other words, you've got 100 and some nations who wish to participate because they do not like what the present system has done, either to their people or their country or whatever, and they're looking to get out of that. Now, everybody needs to understand that, yes, this will change. And yes, this will be fundamentally different. Now, store a little cash, about a week or two food, get you some drinking water, enough to last you that long. As I said, guns and ammo. Partner up with people, get to know your neighbors suddenly. Whether you have never talked to them, whether you disagree with them or not, this is a situation of survival. The more people who band together, pull together, and you can have 50 little groups in one little area. As long as they all agree, then you got a force of substance. You can also more easily survive problems with a group than outside of one on your own. If this gets dicey, my family has been told to move to where I'm at. Get in their vehicles and run for it, basically. I do not see, so far, anything that will be extraordinarily serious in terms of like all-out battles or wars, but the possibility had turned from a simple possibility to a probability. There's been some exchanges of information and very emotional stipulations by people who do offer offer things from a position of command or responsibility where they could mobilize people. Now, to the military, there is a show that I did on lawful and unlawful orders. It covers what you may and may not do. What you need to understand is that you need to know the Constitution in terms of what your rights are, because those rights are also the rights of the people you are dealing with. We may have, and this is something that has not been addressed as of yet, certain checkpoints here and there to make sure who's who. It will not be a total disruption of traffic. It will not be an interdiction, and it will not be martial law. I want everybody to understand that. It will simply be the military protecting we, the people. Big difference. There are certain people that are slated to go into certain offices and key positions so that things can continue to run. This does not mean they're going to run the same way they have in the past. It also does not mean that you have to worry about it. The people that will be slotted are totally and completely trustworthy. 100%. You ain't got to worry about them. What they're going to be tasked with doing is unwinding the mess we got. And it is going to be temporary. We, the people, will vote on whether or not we want to keep them. As to terrorists, people who would want to take things down and screw things up and whatever, I have yet to meet or hear from any group, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, whomever it might be, I don't care, what exactly they're looking to fight against, and their realization that we have a common enemy, us too, not just you. You are not alone in this. Now, you do not have to act as you have been. There have been atrocities, nasty things, unrighteous executions, and I would stipulate that that is not something you should be doing, period. Those things have to be decided in your own religious courts, and I have yet to see any reference to that. You don't just arbitrarily go after somebody just because they're there, or they're different, or they happen to be American, or whatever your excuse might be. And yes, I'm tired of the excuses. We may no longer, as a world, as a planet, use differences in beliefs as justification for being nasty, let alone deciding executions and things of that nature at that level. This is no longer acceptable, period. If people wish to have a peaceful existence, one of the requirements is exactly that. Doesn't matter if you're Christian and Muslim, you get along together. You trade beans or whatever it is you got to buy and sell. We can work this out to a point where everything that we do between human beings is reasonable and peaceful. And that's basically what everybody has to understand. The golden rule is more than a golden rule. It's stipulated in the Quran and the Bible and a bunch of other places. Oh, there's parts in there that go contrary to it. Oh, you got to go over and destroy these guys. No, you don't got to. What it stipulates is that your rights end where the other person's nose begins. That you should treat each and every last individual you come across as you would want to be treated. That's not difficult, and it's not a religious take on anything. This is a simplistic morality that works. It works because you don't have something outside telling you what to do. This has to be internalized. And you listen to that still small voice inside you that says, "Hey, right, you hurt little babies." Period. And you say, "You're right," and you do it some other way. You take care of business as business and allow a little humanity in it. I'm not a strict humanitarian, but I disagree with the ideology of battlefields. Battlefields come from the ancient ideology of the blood fields. The blood fields are thirsty. The gods want to suck up the spiritual forces that make you who you are. Now, you want to feed some kind of god-awful monster, that's what you're doing when you do that. You're feeding the blood fields, and these monsters are licking their chops. Now, I personally don't feel that anybody ought to be subservient to that. Under any circumstances, you need to get your head around this correctly, and yeah, it's not easy, and it's going to give some people a headache, irrespective. These things have to be done, and there's no way I know of to avoid doing them and have any kind of civilization. That don't mean to kowtow to the cabal and what they've got in mind in terms of the way they've got things structured and what they've been doing to you. It means you to simply be reasonable. If somebody needs a hand up, you give it to them. It don't matter who they are or what they are. I helped the enemy when I was in Vietnam, when they were wounded and of no more danger. Yeah, that's right. I put my bandages on them. I helped preserve their life because it's very simple. There's a law among the originals that are known as Indians that stipulates simply this: you may not take anything that you cannot repay. Anybody who cannot give life, therefore cannot take it. Not lawfully, according to the Great Spirit. So people need to suck it up and get it together, and we need to do this correctly. And as I said, stage 1 has been already gone. Stage 2 is in process. I don't know how many stages there are exactly. I've heard as many as 5, as simple as 4. Then there's actions outside of that, combination of legal and moral ground that has not been addressed, but is to be addressed. Okay, Tom.
Yes.
Now I got a good cold sweat going. It's your turn.
Thanks.
See what you did?
Yes.
We can entertain some questions if you want.
Well, I said I thought we wouldn't have time for questions, given short notice and short show. But
Okay.
Well, a couple of things to support Drake and what's been said really about remaining calm. Yes, it's not good that you go into panic mode. It's also not good that you go into heightened ecstasy either. You have to remain balanced, and that's going to be difficult going forward. When you get one or both of those green lights, excitement is going to go through the roof with so many different emotions, and we'll all experience it, Drake and I, and Neil as well. It's been a long road. It's been a very difficult road, a very trying and testing road for all of us, and that includes the listeners also. You've had to suffer the same as us in many ways, with families mocking you and friends mocking you, saying you're crazy and all this and that, and suddenly it's happened. And you have to be ready, and we keep saying you have to be ready, but I don't think many realise what being ready is, because it's fine talking about things, but when they happen, people go, oh my God, yes, I kind of believe what Drake was saying, but now it's here, what do we do? Panic, panic, panic. Put yourself, I ask you all when the show ends to put yourself in the position that you've been given the green and red lights and rehearse and go through it. It then, when the announcement comes, it allows you to have already taken replaced that emotion with a calm manner to go forward, as it's going to be required, and aware that you're going to be pulled, stretched and strained once those green and red lights are issued. There's going to be a lot going on, a lot that you may not be aware of going on, same as now. It's no different. You know, it's only this time you know it's definitely going on, but you still can't see things, you know, but you have to remain calm. So I ask all, when you finish, the show's finished tonight, think about that you've had the announcement tonight, the green and red lights, and then relive the emotions, because when the real one comes, you are going to be better prepared. And we're so looking forward to that day. I know a lot of people, I know a lot of people are going to want the overwhelming desire, some more than others, Drake and I included, to go, I told you so, you know, but that has to be put aside, because you have to be ready. You have been given by Drake a fantastic education over the last 2 years in a whole variety of things to prepare you for this time. Take that on board, remember it. Maybe in the time between now and the next show, go over it for you. Remember what was said, and that will then will allow you, when the time comes, to just step into the role, and that role will be educating the people around you who thought you have been crazy for the last 2.5 years. Well, suddenly you're going to be in as much demand as me and Drake are for answers. Maybe then you'll have some empathy for Drake over the last 2.5 years, when you're saying, well, when's it happen, Drake? When's it going to this? When's it going to that? You are going to be experiencing what we experience. You know? So me and Drake will be laughing at that. Because,
well, there's even more.
Yes.
You left out something.
Go ahead.
There's about 6,000 on the Facebook page and the website and whatnot.
Yes.
I want everybody to think about this. There's 310 million population.
Yeah.
Let's discount that down to about 250 million. Can you imagine what Blog Talk's going to do when everybody tries to listen to the show?
Yeah.
These kinds of things have been taken into account. I've talked to people in communications, and we will make some public announcements. There's going to be an international announcement probably preceding the direct announcement in the States, from what I can gather so far. However, don't be surprised if sometime or another everybody's program gets interrupted because they've got a crucial announcement coming over all the airwaves. Don't be surprised at that. This is part of the plan. We want everybody and their mother-in-law to know not only have good people got things in hand, but all of the fun and games is being dealt with. The ideal was to take down the crooks that have been putting it to us in every kind of way you can think of for all these years. The education system has to be overhauled. We have to figure out what the hell kind of tax system even exists, because that's been screwed up. We're going to have a whole load of people with erasers. and whatnot, just to change the laws. Now you think about that. Now there's going to be what would be considered a similar forum to a constitutional convention. There's going to have to be. Reason being is that you need to have a basic uniformity of law within each of the states. Most people would agree to the idea that you don't have to have a driver's license. Most people would have to agree that wages are non-taxable, so, oh, wow, I just got a nice bump in my raise. What are you paying, 50 bucks a week? 100, 200? In cases, some cases a lot more. NESARA will be announced. There's going to be, as I said, very fundamental, seemingly drastic, but basic changes to the primary structure that everybody has gotten used to. And it's going to be a little shock to your system. Hopefully it won't be too bad. That's it, Tom.
Yes. Yeah, you know, like Drake was saying, and I said earlier, just play out the role. But the better, more prepared you are. You might think, yes, I'm ready. No, I'm bored waiting for this, and he's been saying this 2 weeks and soon and all this. Well, one of these days it's going to slam you right in the face, and it will do. And you must mentally and physically prepare yourself for these changes. They're going to be mind-boggling. You've all been told all the scenarios available are going forward, all the changes going forward. Not all of them will be implemented, I imagine, straight off. Some will take time, depending on if there's any mess left behind from the cleanup. So that will have a negative effect or a positive effect depending on how the final sort of takedown and removal is. If it goes smoothly and the people behave themselves, and this is important for people to go out into the towns and get the message out, because the last thing we need is people causing chaos and carnage, and rioting and looting and all kinds of other ridiculous stunts. That's going to make things, people be stretched to fix that or prevent that, rather than dealing with the more positive aspect of moving forward with dealing with NESARA, or it's dealing with removing the smaller elements of the cabal, and also dealing with the transition of the banking system, etc., etc. And obviously, depending on electricity, and it could be water, and it could be food production, all the people will be better involved dealing with that, rather than having to deal with people acting disorderly. So if it happens in your town, please go out and tell them with a group of people to stop doing this. Those people will be addressed as quickly and as efficiently as possible. What we don't want is militia and constitutional sheriffs and any other police that decide to come on board dealing with all kinds of chaos, and they could be dealing with positive and better things. And so it's finally very, very close, which is why Drake asked me to do this show. It's not a false alarm. It's been confirmed by several sources globally. And although we will never give dates as dates come and go, and it also alerts cabal, but it is very, very imminent. And imminent can have a range, and it's almost like the soon word and the 2 weeks worth, but it's imminent. And it could literally go, to tell you the truth, and Drake will support me on this, it's been imminent since April. Anything could have gone down in one day. There's certain elements of it, there's different elements to it, there's different elements with the finances, there's different elements with other things that are going on. And it only takes one to go down. And that could have been something to do with Germany and Europe, it could be the finances, a whole range of things that are closing in. The other thing to look at is the markets. They're closing in there. And bit by bit, they're getting squashed into tighter and tighter corners, and eventually there's going to be no corners left, and they have to come out, and that's when their time is up. Hopefully, for their benefit, and for ours, and for the planet, it's peaceably, and we can move forward with better lives for all on this planet, not with 500 million slaves just for their benefit. No, all of us, there's room for a lot more people. There probably will be extra people visiting going forward also. So there's plenty of food for everybody. There's plenty of resources for everybody. Once the new technology comes in, there'll be even more resources. Everything will be replenished. So all the people that are worried about climate change and cutting trees down, there won't be a need for it. Because we won't have that. We will go away from that competitive edge where we have to do better than next door. We have to have a better house, or we have to have a better car, or a better job, or earn more money, or better clothes. All these control systems that are imposed on us. Well, my religion's better than yours, my God's better than yours. No, that's got to end. We have to end the competitive nature that's been imposed on us. And it's all about service to others, not service to self. And then everyone has the same entitlement as everybody else. No, it's not because, well, they're not getting nothing because they don't work. They will be encouraged to work the same as everybody else. And no discrimination, another control system. That has to end. And once everyone realizes that nobody is more important than anybody else on this planet, as often repeated saying it tonight, never put anyone above your own heart. Everyone has an important role on this planet, both to themselves and to others, and that is the way we will move forward with it.
Well, I got something to ask everybody. Goes in conjunction with everything that's been stipulated tonight on this short show. John F. Kennedy said it best, I think, and this goes to what you really feel in terms of your patriotism to your country. And it don't matter what country. It matters your country. And here it is. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. And just to be upfront, I'm asking for everybody to do the combination of pull together and be productive, be proactive in terms of thinking before you act, and then acting correctly, irrespective as to what everything is going on around you or what people are saying. And I think we can come out of this all right.
Yes, I agree. I'm just dealing with somebody who wants to come on for briefly. So you want to carry on talking for a bit while I add it to the show?
Okay. The crux of it is this. Each and every last person in their bones at one point or another feels sort of a loyalty to the place within which they reside, be that a small neighborhood, large city, state, or country. That loyalty is not the flag that needs the politics washed off of it, or what the flag really stands for, what America used to be and should have always been and can be once again. This is what I'm striving for. We can restore our nation, the respect for our nation. And I know for a fact, I've seen people scuffling to make sure that there's food to eat. I've been one of them. And I know what it takes. Whether you bleed or not, or it hurts or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you get the job done so that you can feed your family. Same thing is true of patriotism. However, what can you be patriotic to is the question. Well, you can be patriotic to the idea that America can be, and always should have been, civilization on the planet, and that we can serve the highest form of morality known to anyone, simply by getting it done. And I know that the American people have the guts, they've already had the glory, to make the changes necessary, not just in themselves, but to reach out and say, let's go. Everybody know what you're talking about. Everybody will be aware as to the direction needing to be taken. That all of the crookedness, all of the backbiting, all of the secret deals, all of the invisible agents will no longer be needed, let alone tolerated. I think we put up with enough of that. How about we open the curtains, let a little sunshine on it and see what it does. And that's basically what I was looking at.
Drake, can you give us a brief description of what the red light entails and what the green light entails for the benefit of new members?
Yes, the red light will be a notification to all those directly involved with the militia. When that's given, I will expect each and every last militia to be on alert for a contact from an officer within the military. And I don't know which. It could be anybody. Marines, Navy, Army, Air Force, anyone, but a direct contact. And that particular person will be specifically oriented to tactics and logistics within a certain area, most probably the local area where the militia is located. In other words, there may be several contacts. You may be asked to watch. You may be asked to, keep your ear to the ground and wait. We'll call you if we need you. Nobody knows exactly what it will be or how far it will go. The second part is the green light. The green light is the financial freedom that we have open and secured the collateral accounts, and that we will proceed with things such as NASERA. We will go back to the constitutional provisions made for the manner in which not only finances are operated, but also we operate ourselves in terms of moralities, in terms of law, in terms of all of this. It's not going to happen. It ain't going to be sudden. It's going to take a few days. Get that under your belt, get your head around it. However, some of the things put in motion, as I stipulated earlier in the show, they're going to come to such a culmination they can no longer be ignored. Not by mainstream media, let alone those that it's directed towards. The problem, as I see it, is everybody keeping it cool, maintaining, not allowing excitement to take over their better judgment, not allowing themselves to be caught up in something that they had no part in normally anyway. So, okay?
All right, okay, Drake. We have another guest coming on who wants to say something to the listeners. Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Grammy.
This is Great Grammy J. I want you all to know that I love you, and I've missed many of you who know me so well, just as much as you say that you miss me. I would just like to say what I've always said. May the Great Spirit bless you and your loved ones and this planet and beyond.
Thank you, Grammy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You doing okay, Grammy?
Oh, yes, I'm very happy, and what a wonderful show this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, right. That's just about it. We've got a final song to play. I can't find the one that you want at the moment, Granny, but we'll have a different song that the people may enjoy. So, do you want to say, yeah?
How about get her done?
60 seconds to close.
We sure will. We sure will.
I've heard that a couple times.
Yes, just a few.
Yeah.
And we're looking forward to the one where it says we got it done. Right. We'll be back maybe Saturday, depending on certain things coming up. If not, we'll be back next Wednesday as normal. Hopefully it'll be before. We might have further updates. We all look forward to that. And I'm probably going to bed now. It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my God.
I'll say good night. It's good night to me, Thomas Williams. Good night from Grammy, and thank you for coming on. And good night from Drake, and thanks to Drake for giving us that information.
Alrighty, it just turned to Saturday Central Time, and that's all for that. The original broadcast for this that we just played, excuse me, was on Wednesday. So that would have been Wednesday, the 24th of September, 2014. Today is now, according to the Central Time Zone anyway, Saturday the 27th. We're going to open up the conversation here with Jay and Rich, so you two can feel free to unmute. I'm going to start off by saying, and well, reminding people that whatever information Drake has and has been expressing, you got to remember, he's taking that information, processing that through the filter of his personality, his individuality, his own belief systems about reality. Therefore, the only thing he can express, regardless of whatever information he's received, is his perception of that information. I want to remind people that he's an equal human being, you know, to me, to Jay, to Rich, to everybody else on the planet. His perspective is no more or less valid than anybody else's perspective out there. So don't take any of what anybody says as an authority. Information is not your authority. Believe nothing, disbelieve nothing, and you know, open your mind and view reality as a cake, not a light switch. Not the this or that dichotomy, but just kind of look at everything in parallel, how all the pieces of the puzzle, you know, interact, and see where it goes. My personal feelings on this so far, well, I can state that the whole withdrawal of the Arabs and Russia and China from the petrodollar, that I think that would definitely be good cause for Obama to pull the little tantrum that he pulled, and for Congress to go take their little nap, and then for the nice run of censorship that, you know, hit my channel. And, you know, because my old channel's gone, and now I got the new one, that hit my channel. Even Vinny Eastwood's channel got canned like a couple of weeks ago. I don't know what events that was in alignment with, but he got slammed. And right before we started on this show, Jay Larson was also telling me something about the Attorney General suddenly stepping down. That's interesting as hell. So all this stuff happening in synchronicity, you know, Obama sissy fit in Syria, and the petrodollar, and so on and so forth, all this internet censorship, da-da-da-da-da. I can definitely see this domino effect culmination. So looking at that data, I have to say, well, I'm definitely observing a bunch of things happening improbably and in parallel. I can't make a claim and say, oh yeah, this is definitely happening because of this. Oh yeah, this is definitely happening because of that. No, I can't say that. I don't know. But I'm definitely observing multiple simultaneous patterns, and I definitely think it's really interesting. And my 2 cents about it is no more or less valid than anybody else's. So, Jay, Rich, take the soapbox.
Well, I'll be the first guy to speak if Jay's not going to speak, if he's here.
I'll mute my mic now in order to cut down on any sort of distortion factors here. I don't want you feeding back into yourself.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I agree with his opinions. I don't know if it's going to be that exactly finite. I mean, you know, there's no real way to tell. You know, anything could happen, you know, when it hits the fan, you know. as the old saying goes, you know, the best battle plan is only good until first engagement. You know, you can have this long plan all written out, and you know, add it up in your mind that it's going to be this way when this happens, kind of like a chess game. And then when the first, you know, engagement happens, you know, that plan goes out the window. So, you know, you've got to have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, a plan E, a plan F, etc., so on and so forth, you know. And especially in a survival scenario, you know, all of those quote-unquote people that, you know, are there in the crucial areas that need to be done, like, you know, engineers and specialists to keep the power plants going and the water purification centers going, could all get shot and killed, you know, in a raid, or, you know, something's gonna, you know, it's not just gonna be, you know, oh, well, it's gonna be this way all the way to the end, and there's not gonna be, you know, any changes or foul ups or problems, or, you know, anything, any number of things could happen. I mean, you know, it could go like that, and that's best case scenario, or it could go, you know, complete into the south, shit hit the fan, you know, problematic, nothing's working right, you know, and we're going back to, you know, early, you know, late 19th century technology in terms of, you know, trying to survive, because all the infrastructure gets destroyed through, you know, riots and war and, you know, whatever else. You know, there's no accounting for what could happen in such a scenario. I mean, there's all kinds of different variables you could come up with. But I agree with what he's saying. I mean, we need to be prepared. We need to be ready. You know, we need to be on the lookout. We need to keep our eyes peeled. You know, pay attention to the news, discern information, you know, process it in our brains, and just research everything you hear about. Research everything. Make sure, you know, that there's, you know, confirmed sources of that information, that it's accurate, that it's not, you know, just a big crock of shit made up by some idiot somewhere on either side. You know, right now it's a crucial information war, and we're getting to a crossroads in world history, and I have a lot of hope. I don't think, you know, humanity is just going to take 2 steps into 1,000 years of darkness. I think humanity is in for a real treat, and, you know, the awakening process is happening. I'm seeing it more and more every day. I'm starting to see people, you know, are getting the idea. They're starting to wake up, you know, far more than I've ever seen, you know, previously. You know, people are starting to realize that it's bad out there, you know, just by, you know, you turn on the TV, or, you know, see the news updates on your phone, you know, 12 homicides in one day, and you're told that's just the way it's supposed to be, and you go and look back to your childhood, or look back to yesteryear and go, I don't remember America being that way, you know, 12 black on white homicides, or white on black homicides, or purple on yellow, or whatever color, I don't care. You know, I don't remember there being 12 homicides in a day, and, you know, police brutality and people blowing holes in doors with shotguns, you know, and doing drug raids and throwing people on hoods of cars and beating them until they're bloody pulps and need to go to the medical room. I don't remember that being America.
Do you think that it's as imminent as Drake says? Because Drake seems to imply that all this is starting to go down now, that the first domino has already been pushed, and the only thing I could see that might possibly, looking at it logically from my perspective, be a sign that perhaps maybe it has been pushed is, again, just all the multiple simultaneous weirdness. I mean, in the more esoteric side of things, it happened just before the fall equinox. It's happened during all this energetic activity. I mean, I'm very energetically sensitive myself, and I've been feeling the intensity of that and seeing the synchronicities within that. Nobody has to believe that statement that I just gave. That's just me being honest about, you know, my surroundings and my life. If you believe me or not, I don't really care. But I've noticed that. I mean, I've noticed, you know, all this ISIS bullshit starts to come down, and Obama's having his little temper tantrums, and they go into Syria, and Congress takes a little freaking nap, and then there's this whole big, censorship, sweep on freaking Google and YouTube because I've been researching on it, and my channel is my previous channel is not the only one that's been fucked with. There have been channels where individual videos were just taken down without warning, no DMCA, nothing, just gone, and all just this incredible sudden intensity of all this multiple simultaneous weird bullshit. So I can see, looking around, that something appears to be building, as far as I can tell, because there's observable data that I'm looking at, and things happening in parallel, and things intensifying, both on the energetic level, personal synchronicities out in the world events, news media, people's channels getting fucked with, and I'm seeing this big fractal clusterfuck within reality. So I can look at that, and just like I look at a tree, I can say, yeah, I see something there. It's like I look at a tree, and yeah, there's a tree there. I can't tell you exactly how many ants are in the damn thing, or exactly how many worms are crawling under it, but I can look at it and say, yeah, it's a fucking tree. So I'm looking at this, and yeah, there's this freaking proverbial tree here, and I'm looking at it. I don't claim to understand all of it, but I can see what I can see, and that's just my perspective on it. So I see that there's some signs that maybe perhaps this might be the same sort of stuff Drake's talking about, but I can't say it's a definitive fact that, oh yeah, this proves Drake right. Oh yeah, no, I can't say that because I don't freaking know,
Oh yeah. And to the point of Drake saying that this could be the domino. I mean, there have been so many warning signs, quote unquote, that this could be it. This could be the imminent one, and it gets a little bit tense for a while, and then it kind of cools down a little bit. I mean, there's just so many things to factor in to whether or not this could be, the real beginning of, what history will call as World War III. We've been in the lead-up years for the last, 70 plus years since the end of World War II, and hard to say. I mean, there have been so many warning calls saying this is it, it's imminent, it's coming, the globalists are coming, the globalists are coming, the globalists are coming, and nothing has come of it. And, to say that right now this could be it, I mean, this just could be another, overblown, overhyped, piece of propaganda that came from somewhere, for fear-mongering purposes, just disinformation yet again, trying to keep people distracted. Or it could be legitimate. I just don't know. Like I said, I've seen this type of stuff before. I've heard Alex Jones go on, oh, it's imminent, it's coming, here it comes, and then the proverbial death angel passes over, and well, you're still alive and you're still there, and nothing's come of it yet. I mean, if there was the fear of nuclear Armageddon, and for the last 40 years of the Cold War, 50 years actually.
Well, the difference for me in this is that, I've been listening to Drake for about 2 years, and he's never been all like, oh yeah, absolutely, definitely, right now, right now, right now. As a matter of fact, people have been beyond irritated with him because, he's like, he's been very general and like, no, I can't say a specific time. He can only give his opinions on whether or not he feels it might be in 2 weeks or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But, he can't give any specific time, and that, he'll only give a specific time when he feels he knows it's, going down and whatever. So in 2 years of listening to Drake, he has not pulled an Alex Jones. He's not been like, yeah, it's happening right now, and oh yeah, I can get prepared right now, what's going on right now. He hasn't gone all like that, So this is, in over 2 years, this is the first time that I've ever heard him give this sense of right nowness, and simultaneous to his announcement, there's all this other clusterfuck of shit that I'm observing in my life and the world stage, so on and so forth, energetically, etc., etc. So it's all culminating at the exact same time. So I really can't write that off to coincidence. Coincidence, maybe, things which coincide, but not coincidence. I can't, just close my lying eyes and go, oh no, I'm just going to ignore that because it's inconvenient, because it's more convenient to think that Drake is just full of crap. Well, I'm going to ignore anything that might even slightly hint that there's even a little bitty chance that he might be right about this. No, I can't ignore that. I just have to put all the cards on the table and say, I can observe that there are things going on. I don't claim to know exactly how they're connected. I don't claim to know all the details of what's what. I can only say that I observed the tree. I do not know how many birds are in it, how many bugs are on it, and how many worms are under it.
Well, yeah, you just clarified my point yet again. Me hitting face on desk. Um, yeah, I'm not saying that he couldn't be right, and I'm not saying he couldn't be wrong, but I've heard this a million times before. I've heard the doomsday, prophecy. Oh, what's going to happen? It's coming. The sky's falling. And there very well could be a major event coming. And I'm not saying that there won't be, but it just, I can't confirm or deny, the information I heard tonight. It's information that I've known about for a long time, dealing with the prepper and survivalist militia community, all of that stuff circulates around kind of like a broken record. We're all ready for it. We've all kind of psychologically prepared ourselves for what we need to do, if and when a situation like that occurs, where we go, what we do, what our task is, to keep order and,
Yeah.
do what we need to do in our community. But
I do also like that Drake does not fear porn it. He's not presenting it as, oh my God, it's going to be all-out war and the sky's falling.
Well, no. He's just giving a simple task of directions. It's kind of like I almost viewed that broadcast kind of like something similar to a British broadcast of French resistance in World War II. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. Quote Red Dawn. It's just a simplistic. This is what we need to do. We need to do it in such a fashion that it's not going to invoke chaos. We need to bring order to potential chaos, which is respectable. But yet again, it's along the same lines of, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, And I can't confirm nor deny that he's correct or incorrect, yet again.
I'm curious as to whether or not Jay is still here. He's in the chat, but did he fall asleep, or because his mic is still muted?
No, I'm still here. I'm just waiting. Okay. Basically, how I feel about it, the integrity of the person. You got to remember, Drake was involved in the intelligence community when he was in the service, so he still has friends in places like that. He has other friends as well, but it's getting close to the time. Things are breaking down. We're getting all kinds of domino effect of other things happening, and bankers' deaths to the attorney general resigning, and it's not a matter that when exactly this was just to let people know they should get ready because it's that close, and it's not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, but it could happen at any time. That's how things run. Things just trigger on their own, so to speak, when they get to a certain mass aggregation. And he's giving the shout out for people to be ready. And because of that, he'd rather see people well prepared and calm, because it's when hysteria happens is when people die, and that's the way it should be. I can feel the energy and stuff. It's going to happen very shortly, but very shortly could be 2 months from now. Uh, it depends on certain things. You know, there's a lot of manipulation going on both sides. If uh, the cabal makes over as an oversight of something, it could happen quicker. You know, if they don't cover all their bases. You know, it's like playing chess. It's not over until it's over. But once they start making the arrests, you can believe that it's happening. Uh, uh, in Europe, in the last couple of days, there's been 1,000 arrests dealing with black market stuff in the European Union, and the U.S. has been helping out with that. That's some of the stories that you don't hear. So they could be starting it on already, and you wouldn't know it. They may be taking those guys in and getting intelligence from them to help figure out where their next placement should be. You know, you're working in a world of intelligence. Everything's not generally done at once. You know, small things happen that you hardly even notice, that gives them the information that they need to start the big thing. All you're getting right now is a bunch of small fry, and real incidents happening. Um, the main thrust of it has happened. Is time to get ready, though. Drake is very precautious for people because people have a tendency to jump the gun, to get emotional upset, and think when you do things like that and act strictly on emotion and hysteria, deaths occur. People don't think right when they're in hysteric situation. So what he's doing is helping people get ready, both physically and mentally prepared for the thing to happen. And that's when just the start of the work. After there's a lot of work have to be done uh, after this thing happens. You know, you got to change the entire educational system and everything else. You got to start from the bottom and work your way back up. There's a lot of things that need correcting. That if, the information that we have, we don't know our own history because we've been lied to about that even. So there's things are things are happening very subtly right now, and this is just a wake up call to get prepared, get mentally prepared as well as physically, to have the things that you need, because you may not, if you go next week, you may not be able to get the things that you need.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's always good to be prepared, and I've never said don't be prepared, but yet again, as you stated, it is a world of intelligence, and every bit of information should be taken with absolute scrutiny, just as much as it should be to pay attention to information with absolute caution and take it seriously, because you don't know what you're hearing,
Mm-hmm.
and, it's a very dangerous world out there, and we're dealing with a real situation that everybody in the community, in the Patriot community, is known, has been coming for a very long time. And yeah, they've been playing that guessing game for the last 70 years. People have been preparing for it since the Cold War, And whether it was dealing with the Russians back in the day, which wasn't going to happen, but of course people didn't know it at the time, or, nowadays people realizing it's not any specific nationality, but the globalists who fund the chaos. You know, There just has to be some real top priority taken, and anybody, you know, even if you think it's a crock of shit, you should still take it seriously. I mean, it's not, people aren't just saying it playing around like, oh yeah, you know, here comes, it's going to happen, ooh, with a hint of sarcasm. It's not something to joke around about, you know, because it very well might. There's just as much a chance it might happen as it might not happen. It just might be another false warning. And all I'm stating is I've seen a lot of these messages that were very similar, and most of them have just been, you know, warnings, more or less, you know. But yeah, the world stage has definitely been very interesting the last week and a half. It's been very, very interesting. I had a trucker come in this morning. I work at a truck stop, and he was all excited, you know, he was all jumping up and down with real emphasis, you know, about being ready, you know, arm yourselves, etc., so on and so forth. You know, some guy beheaded a woman in Washington, D.C. or something, and, you know, I don't know, but he was all concerned about ISIS and, you know, the impending threat that ISIS might have to the U.S., which personally I don't think they pose much of a threat, but anyway, I mean, any information there is credible just as much as it isn't, and, you know, it should be taken with heavy consideration. And that's just kind of my take on it.
Yeah, I definitely think that people should view information just as information because, in my opinion, you know, we've been brainwashed growing up as little kids, you know, and forward, to take information itself as our authority. Oh, that science book is your authority. It's right. You must conform to that. That Bible is your authority. That person has a PhD, so listen to them, blah, blah, blah. The only problem is all these things were written by human beings that were observing things to the best of their ability. The people who wrote the Bible were having very spiritual experiences, and to the best of, you know, their ability to write down their understandings of those experiences, they did the best they could. They were doing what, in the New Age context, what people would call channeling. That's really what the authors of the Bible were doing, or as Jesus called it, pulling the Holy Spirit inside of you, or whatever terminology you know, you want to use. Quantum physics might say tapping into the 0-point field. However you want to look at it, it's different buzzwords for the same thing. Just like whether or not you want to call the globalists, you know, the Illuminati or the Cabal or the powers that be, or the powers who think they be, or the powers that were, or whether you just want to call them a big gang of crooks that have been screwing us in the ass for a long time, that are in competition with each other and trying to consolidate power, treating the global stage like it's a big, you know, board game of risk, and, you know, duking it out with each other for ultimate control of the planet. I think it's probably easier for most people's minds to just be almost like a mafia type of thing. It's just a bunch of gangs, thugs, and, you know, a lot of people working with thugs, they don't know any better, and other people, military contractors and, you know, Nazis and whatever else that are knowingly doing what they're doing. And of course, you have the news media people that are more mind-controlled zombies than the rest of the sheep. They really actually believe the BS coming out of their own mouths, and anybody who tries to tell them otherwise, you see their arrogant reactions. Shut up! You're stupid! Shut up! You don't know anything! Shut! And you see this like on the mainstream, you know, news talks and stuff. I'm looking at this shit like, oh my god, what are you people, 3? These are the types of people that, people want to view as an authority. These little 3-year-olds having dick-wagging contests on television. Well, whatever, but I don't think anybody should view any person or any information as authority. I think people should use their intuition, use discernment, think critically, analyze information, observe information as information, not as a god over you. And don't try to fit yourself in the box. Oh, I should be this because if I fit myself in this box, I'm Democrat, Republican, Libservative, Caniberal. It's all the fucking same, right? So I'll kind of pause that there and let somebody else speak. I said I'll pause right there and let somebody else speak. Is there somebody else who wants to speak? Jay? Oh, Rich just dropped out. That's right. Oh, no, Rich is back. Welcome back, Rich.
Yeah, Google.
Anyway, I'm off my soapbox for the moment. Anything you want to add, Rich?
Nothing beyond what I already said. I mean, it's just information that, you should take no more seriously than you should, what's the word? You shouldn't take the information any more into consideration than you should to just dismiss it as being, possibly just another thing to get not concerned about. But, given the recent hype in the political and physical stage of things, with all of the unconstitutional actions that have been going on over in Syria, the illegal wars, and everything else, it doesn't hurt to keep your eyes peeled, and especially here in the last decade at least, decade or longer, paying attention wasn't a bad thing. Paying attention never is a bad thing, but in the last 10 years, it's been really, things have been getting quicker and faster, and, the rate at which the world political stage has, as we know it, has been moving has gotten faster over the years, and it's just gotten quicker and quicker and quicker to the point of almost, well, where we're at now, just pretty much insanity. But, yeah, I've got nothing else much to say. I mean, it's just, just view it as information and, discern from it what you can, and use the logical points that you think apply to you as an individual, and go on from there.
In my opinion, the best way for people to do that is to get rid of that which normally gets in their way, and that being emotional investment in any particular belief system that makes them think that they don't have the right to change their mind, that makes them think they have to fit themselves into these boxes and say, this box is the only thing that's real, I'm going to defend that box to the death. Because a lot of these boxes are really damning and condemning. Like, look at the people, for example, who have the mentality of rich get richer, poor get poorer, I'm just poor little old me, I never get my way, boo hoo hoo, and all this typical attitude society teaches most of us to have, right? Only problem is that when we're looking on ourselves with such low self-esteem and looking out at the world with such contempt, I mean, we could have these badass talents that we could put to use in the world to make it a better place, and we won't even know it. We could be utilizing these talents generally and naturally and everybody else looks at us and goes, wow, you're really good at that. You're a good musician. You're a good music maker. You're a good speaker. Oh, well, you're pretty and have a good voice and people like listening to you. So, if you get up there and share information about the truth of this or that or whatever, people are going to listen, or, so on and so on. The people being given these observations and these compliments are looking at them like they're on crack. Like, me? Lowly little me? Oh, well, you're really kind to say all this, but you're really exaggerating. Lowly little me is not good at anything. I'm just doing what lowly little me does, all my little unimportant lowly little me stuff. And when we view ourselves like that, then we view the world with contempt, and the only thing we know how to do is have emotional investments in certain belief systems. Our own miserable lack of self-worth is actually a belief system that people defend to death. People don't want to sit there and feel miserable and depressed and whatever, but they have a belief in that being the only real reality, and they will defend that belief to the frickin' death, and they will argue and they will battle and they will look for any excuse to stick with that. Although, thankfully now with this awakening process, more and more people are awakening, to their belief systems and the dichotomies and all this new information, and it's creating cognitive dissonance, and they're forced to look at themselves and go, this belief system that I have about myself, is it really actually correct or is it not? And then there's this part of themselves rising inside of themselves that is aligning more with their true authenticity and integrity, that's waging war, kind of like the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other, like in the old, like Tom and Jerry cartoons and shit. We have that sort of a process going on. We've got half of ourselves battling the other half of ourselves, and the only way for that battle to stop is for both sides of ourselves to, to shake hands and make peace. And, the angelic side says to the devil side, I'm using archetypes, not being literal, the dark side, the Darth Vader side, okay, well, you can whine in your corner, and that's okay. I don't have to take that to any seriousness, but you have the right to go whine in the corner of the back of my mind and talk all this damning low self-esteem stuff, and I can look at that and observe that and let you do that. Well, this side of me says, well, I'm being offered the shit burger by Darth Vader, and I'm being offered the hamburger by these other new choices of revelation. I'm not going to see the shit burger as something victimizing me and making me eat it anymore. I'm owning that, and now I can choose the hamburger. So then you can go and experiment with the hamburger, that sort of thing. So you kind of have to unwind these belief systems and learn how to not have this emotional investment in it, because if you're emotionally invested, then anything that is outside of that box automatically will trigger fight or flight. And it is biologically and neurologically a fact that when your body is triggered into fight or flight, basically the cognitive abilities of brain function in regards to discernment, critical thinking, problem solving, so on and so forth, they go to shit, and all of your energy is channeled into, the muscle system. It goes from the viscera into the muscle system, and your body thinks it's about to go tackle a wild ape or run from a lion or whatever. It's ready to run and box. So the systems of the brain that are responsible for higher thinking, they just go straight into the toilet, and the internal immune system goes into the toilet too, because the energy is not being redirected to internal immune functions. So that's why people who are always under constant stress are usually sick all the time and feeling low energy and feeling like shit and always getting colds and always getting flus and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you got to kind of unravel that clusterfuck inside of you, deal with the cognitive dissonance, and then you'll know how to look at information as information and not take it as an authority. Otherwise, if you don't do that, then all you're going to do is you're going to defend to the death those belief systems that you're emotionally invested in, and you're not going to, excuse me, allow for any sort of change of mind. You're not going to allow yourself to say, oh, well, you know, I believed this, but I got this new information here that seems to kind of make more sense, so I'm going to explore this. No, you're going to be like, fuck you, fuck that new information, I'm sticking to this. Kind of like how even the truth movement fights itself like that. Yeah, man, those planes were FEMA jets going into the towers, man. No, fuck you, no they weren't, man, there was no planes. It was all CGI, man. CGI? You conspiracy nut. Hey, you're a conspiracy nut too. Who the fuck you call conspiracy nut? Idiot. Yeah, well, I'm an intellectual atheist. Oh, fuck you, atheist. I'm a Christian. At least I'm not going to hell like you, fucker. And it totally, you know, the whole, like, truth movement, like, collapses in on itself with all this divide and conquer, petty bickering. It's like, hey, fuck nuts, you're all acting like the elites, douchebags. Wake up. Dick wagging contest. Anything to add, Jay, Rich?
No, no, nothing much to that.
Yeah, not much. I don't wag my dick anymore. It's getting too old. Yeah, everything's just to the ego is a pecker contest. So once you get out of the ego and just go with just data, and it don't matter who's right or wrong, all you want is the answer or the best answer that'll work for that moment. Then be satisfied with that. When things change, when the data changes and the moment's different, it becomes to a totally different answer. So it's
Oh,
not a
by
big.
the way, speaking of paradigm boxes and stuff, he's on a bit of a delay, probably about 2 or 3 minutes back from our current position and conversation. But Kristen, our mutual friend Kristen, is actually listening right now.
Oh,
He's kind of undecided as to whether or not she wants to just keep listening or join us at the moment. So, anybody want to say any words of encouragement for joining us? I mean, I think that she would have a lot of valuable insight to add into this conversation. But again, just like I was explaining before, even though she's an awesome badass and she's wise and she's great and there's just her insights are freaking phenomenal, and I love what she has to say about things. You know, again, just like the rest of us, you know, you tell her that, and she's looking at herself like, well, who am I? You know, I'm just being me. You know, what's so freaking great about that? So she's kind of in what side of the mood.
it'd be nice to have a feminine view on what we've been talking about.
Yeah, no kidding. Let's get a chick view up in here. Come on, Kristen.
Kristen, come on. I want to meet you. You want to meet me.
And by meet, he means M-E-E-T, not M-E-A-T, just to clarify.
Yeah, Dick's a killer.
Dick is a killer. Dick is a killer. Love that music video. Everybody out there, search DJ RX. Dick is a killer. Hilarious video. Yeah. So Kristen wanna kind of come out and play here, and give us the female perspective on all this stuff, and it'd be really cool if she would come on and share that female wisdom about the masculine testosterone dick wagging contest that's happening out in the world right now. I personally would appreciate some female insight in this fucking Google Hangout. How about you guys?
Yep. Kristen,
Yep.
you better get on or I'm leaving. I'm just going to leave and I'm not going to come back on because I'm going to be too disappointed that you didn't show up.
Oh, you better not say that. She might use that as an excuse to bash herself. And
No, she can't bash herself. She's a beautiful, pretty, smart, intelligent, awesome, amazing, cool, awesome, super awesome, did I say awesome person who needs to stop bashing herself and stop playing the bullshit game and tell her mind to go, or tell her ego, for that matter, who's addicted to depression, to go F itself eternally.
Well, she needs to show love to her ego and let it go cry in the corner so that the other part of herself can say, okay, you can cry in the corner over there, but I'm not obligated to join you. I'm going to go over here with Rich, Dave, and Jay and have some awesome conversation. And, oh, she's saying she can't get on for long. Well, that's okay. However long you can join us is fine. It's not a dick-wagging contest about who can spend the most time on Google Hangout, It's just, however long you want to come on, get up here and share your insights and your wisdom and, give these three boys here the feminine take on things. Get that female energy going, that perspective. She's like cracking up in text. She's sending me messages, laughing, and all this and that. So I think we're cheering her.
It's because she knows it's true.
Yes.
When a woman is laughing about it, they know it's true, and they don't want to admit it, and the ego is going to sit there and, she can either do what I said or what you just said. They're essentially two manifestations of the same exact thing. She just needs to either do it or do it.
Kristen, you can either eat the shit burger and act like it's making you eat it, or you can go the other direction and eat the hamburger. Nummy nummy hamburger, shit burger, not so good, but you have the right to pick whichever you
want. Cheeseburger's better. Just throw a big thing of cheese on there.
It's a smorgasbord tonight. You can have all you can eat.
There you go.
Just got to make a choice of what you want to eat.
Yeah, and the political dick-wagging contest has brought the sausage.
I brought the cat.
Yeah. We got Kissinger, who's a dick, and Obama, who's a pussy, and,
Military men are dumb animals who are only made to follow orders. First the New World Order. Then Kissinger.
She said she's downloading the plugin. Looks like she's going to join us, at least for a few minutes. She's downloading the Google Hangout plugin.
You better join there. He is going to come out and anally rape all of you. You might want to look out. He is very quite evil.
Is that not the best?
Hi, Kermit the Frog here, interviewing Henry Kissinger. So, how exactly did it feel when you took your large sausage and pounded it into Obama's soft, wet cock over and over again, up his asshole and down his throat? How did that feel to totally rape the President of the United States?
Well, he is a dumb, stupid, black baboon. He does not know very much. To say the least, he is a puppet. I can put my hand up his asshole and I can play with his mind. He is very easy to meld. He's a crazy, crazy idiot. I'm not very impressed with the United States. I can't wait to financially screw it over, which I am in the process of doing so via blackmail, Western Union money transfers.
And how will the situation with the petrodollar affect your Vaseline supply that you use with Obama's aid?
I'm the New World Order. I'm immune to any pitiful things that the civilianry can come up with to try to stop me.
Oh gosh!
Is that not the best sounding Kissinger voice you've ever heard? I could make fun of him all day. I could put him in the same room next to me and I could make fun of him. I could sit in front of him. I could piss him off. I could make him have fat, stupid, ugly, pig bodyguards of his come up, try to arrest me. I could mess with him. I could ruin him.
Dude, you can have Dana Carvey do George Bush and you do Kissinger.
I fucking screwed him over, literally. Jeez. Quite angry you are. Amusing it is.
I'm sure Chris...
Not with the good side of the force, are you? Anyway.
Yeah, so hey Yoda on Star Wars, I noticed you kept telling Luke that cum is good food. I take it you have personal experience with it.
In that way, I don't.
Because you were saying, cum, good food, cum, judge me by my size, do you? I suppose this is more entertaining than the Jeopardy theme song as we wait for it to rut.
Kristen, get on here soon. What is taking you so long?
It's just a long download plugin.
I'm purposely making the download plugin go very slow because I'm Henry Kissinger and I have a sausage up my butt.
She said she's still listening to us while she's waiting for the plugin.
Is she laughing her ass off? I hope she is, because if she is, that makes me happy.
I'm sure she will type in text, laughing my ass off, or something to that effect. Unless, of course, the plugin finishes first, she pops in and goes, "Hey guys, I'm here." You're smarter than the average bear, eh?
Okay.
She said Jeopardy has me cracked. So we know where she is on the stream there. He's listening while the plugin is downloading. Because obviously, the first time you go into a Hangout on a computer, you click to go into the Hangout, then it's like, hey, end user, fuck you, you don't have the plugin. Let's download that bitch right now. So then it downloads, and after it's installed, then it takes you into the Hangout. You're just waiting for that little download to finish, and then it's going to just like, inject her into this chat, like Mr. injects his man goo into Obama's direct.
I'm the Terminator. Is your name Kristen Maya? You must go back in time to stop Obama in Kenya.
We must go back in time and stop Obama from being born.
Get to the chopper now.
Mr. Republicans! Betray the Republic! I don't know. I'm bored. Because Kristen's taking too long.
God, he beat me aboard. Well, she'd be here already if not for like this download, like being so down.
Dang, Kissinger just must be on here listening tonight. He must be pissed off. I hope he is. I hope he's fuming. I hope he's about ready to have a heart attack and die.
What is she on for? Up here?
Come
Chris,
on.
you have to dial into your net access, or are you dialing up 1-900 Kissinger sausage or something to, you know, connect to the net?
Must be doing dial-up. Or 50 fax machines before you get the connection you want.
Plus. No carry. No carry. This typer said, man, that's some slow net access, lol. And Jay has disappeared. I don't know if he'll be back or not.
He probably got tired of the noise.
Or maybe it's just her computer. She is running microshaft wind blows like most people.
I'm running Microshaft Windblows 7, and it works just fine, Dave.
I'm running Linux, and it works fucking perfect in every way. With a
Well, good for you.
Um,
Windows runs just fine too with Kaspersky antivirus. There's no problem.
getting a message that says verifying net access. I don't think I recall a message from the Hangout plugin download thing that says verifying net.
Maybe what she's running is a Mac.
It's one of those things that zips by so fast when you're on really high speed dial up with a functional computer. But seeing as she's in like slow-mo build here, she'd actually able to see that thing that normally can't be seen. I don't know.
Who knows? Maybe she's on a Mac. Crash differently.
Yeah, crash different.
That's the one thing I can at least say about Windows. Windows doesn't crash unless there's something seriously fucked up. That's just the way it is, you know?
That's interesting. Most people's experiences are Windows crashes if you look at it the wrong way.
Well, people just have a bad bias towards Windows. If you give a bad bias towards Windows, you get what you give, you know?
Macintosh is an acronym. Most applications crash if not the operating system hangs.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Macintosh killed my inner child.
Mac killed my inner child. I love that video.
Mm-hmm.
Little update manager bouncing up and down in the corner of the screen like a Jack Russell fucking terrier.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, Al, it's not how to fight the zombie apocalypse. Not unless you're being allegorical, of course. I hope you're being allegorical with that video. Please, tell me not.
Well, I was saying Kristen's like typing some stuff, typing, now not typing, not typing, that sort of thing. And yeah, I don't know.
Come on, don't be shy.
Well, she is attempting. I mean, she's downloading that plugin. I mean, I can't verify that the Windows install on the laptop she's been using has been acting like a little bitch. So it may just be giving her a bunch of shit at the moment. She may be doing the best she can to rectify that. Because her system has been really like hardcore on some kind of crack.
Oh, and then of course I forgot about the Ebola virus in Africa. That's been going around lovely.
Linux killed the Microsoft star. Linux killed the Microsoft star. In my mind and in my car. Can't rewind, we've gone too far. Broadband came and broke your heart. Ooh. Please hold. The next available Kristen will be with you momentarily. Your Google Hangout session is important to us. Please hold the line. You are caller number 4683 in queue to be answered. Your estimated hold time is 1 year, 6 months, 3 weeks, 4 days, 10 hours, 6 minutes, and 47 seconds. Please enjoy our really lame on-hold music. I just asked her what's happening. Now it says that it's verifying installation. So it's still going through the process here. It hasn't stopped. It's just doing it really, 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 really slow. But she is on her way. It's just that piece of shit Windows that's stopping her and slowing her down. She's in transit. That is the sound you will hear when your laptop explodes.
Precisely.
Would you please quit scratching your colon with your microphone there? Thank you. You're not colon Paul, okay?
Yes, I am.
We don't need this country being run by a Bush and get a colon, thank you. We had that. We don't need it again.
I feel free.
I feel free. Tick, 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 tick. Is a kiddo. I feel free.
Feel free.
Warning! The men from Mars have landed. Please. The men from Mars have landed.
I'm telling you, man, the War of the Worlds is coming if Kristen's computer doesn't hurry up. The Martians are outside the window. They're everywhere.
She's getting here as best she can, man. Are you a fan of Weird Al Yankovic at all?
Yes.
You
I
ever
am.
heard the song "Everything You Know Is Wrong"?
Probably.
Kind of goes like this. I was driving on the freeway in the fast lane with a rabid Wolverine in my underwear when suddenly a guy behind me in the backseat popped right up and cupped his hands across my eyes. I guess is it Uncle Frank or Cousin Louie? Is it Bob, Joe, or Walter? Could it be Bill or Jim or Ed or Bernie or Steve? I probably would have kept on guessing, but about that time we crashed right into the truck. And as I'm laying bleeding there on the asphalt, finally I recognize the face of my hibachi dealer who takes off his price a static lips and tells me everything you know is wrong. Black is white, up is down, and short is long. And everything you thought that was just so important doesn't matter. Everything you know is wrong. Just forget the words and sing along. All you need to understand is everything you know is wrong. I was walking to the kitchen for some golden grams when I accidentally stepped into an alternate dimension, and soon I was abducted by some aliens from space who kind of looked like Jamie Farr. They sucked up my internal organs, and they took some Polaroids and said I was a darn good sport. And as a way of saying thank you, they offered to transport me back in time to any point in history that I'd care to go. And so I had them send me back to last Thursday night so I could pay my phone bill on time. Just then the floating disembodied head of Colonel Sanders started yelling, everything you know is wrong. Black is white, up is down, and short is long. And everything you thought was so important doesn't. Yeah, anyway, I can sing the rest, but fuck it, I don't feel like it. My voice is already wearing out enough as it is. Not too bad of a Weird Al, huh? Mr. Reach, are you still there? Or is Kissinger sticking penis in your butthole? Oh my god, they killed Rich! You bastards!
Let me be clear. I did not kill Mitch. And pulling out of a rock was not my idea. Beer goes good with hot wings. Syria is a good idea because Kissinger told me so. And we will destroy ISIS in Syria. And oh shit. I think
you sound more like a soft voice redneck than Obama.
I can't pull off a black. I'm sorry. I don't care. But you get the idea. He's a dick.
And let me be perfectly clear. I got 2 words for you. Predator drones. Anally raping predator drones.
Please, my tanks will be on your lawn in 24 hours. Vladimir Putin walks up, pimp slaps him.
It'd be funny if, like, right in the middle of an Obama speech, Putin walks right across and looks at him and goes, "Bitch, please, whack." And
smack.
Oh, she said, I don't think it's going to happen. Her internet's freaking out, and it stopped, and now it's getting back. She said, but that might be a belief system. A little quantum mirror acting up again. I have noticed that even though Linux is like a system come down from heaven given to us by God himself, that even it tends to respond to states of being and will sometimes act a little weird when, one's energy is out of balance. And then when you get things back in alignment, it's like magic. The system's working again. All systems are go. So I personally noticed that. She said, I don't think it's going to happen. Might be a belief system. I said, is your focus on your enjoyment of talking with us or your fear of talking with us?
Precisely. She doesn't want to have her paradigm completely blown out of the water.
Yes, wouldn't it be just so terrible for her to have it reflected that she's awesome and, that her reality doesn't have to be all this misery stuff? And
Dude, you're the light marine attack group, and I'm the frickin' naval fleet. We'll
and
blow our paradigm out of the water, and we'll frickin' sink the battleship of misery. It needs to happen.
but before you sink the USS Misery, make sure Obama is on it first.
He's kind of too busy playing golf right now on the USS No One Gives a Shit, which is in the middle of the Kenyan Sea somewhere.
She's saying it's so weird because she's actually focusing on enjoyment. She said she's genuinely excited. I said, but are you thinking that only misery is real and that anything good has to be roadblocked? She said, not consciously. I just told her, try rebooting the computer. I said, sometimes that magically fixes things. Her Windows machine is totally freaking jacked, though. But she's probably going to try rebooting it now. And then maybe she'll have better luck when she brings Firefox or IE or whatever the hell it is back up on a newly booted session. And maybe that will help. I hope we're entertaining everybody else in YouTube land just as much as we have appeared to be entertaining Kristen. We will get the.
I don't know. Even though the watch statistics are skewed, there's probably a lot of trolls out there who are probably sitting there bashing this whole entire thing. But I don't honestly care because those people are ignorant sacks of shit, and I just said it, so I don't care. Because trolls are just, they're so funny, but at the same time they're so low and they're.
Hey, I love trolls. Not sexually though or anything. I mean, just saying, I love trolls. They're awesome.
No, and now they're gonna retort. He loves us anally, because they're trolls. They're like it goes in one ear out the other, and it somehow gets anally asterisked inside their brain. Somehow everything you try to say, they turn against you. They're crafty little bastards.
Sorry, guys, I don't, but I think we do have someone here who loves you anally. Kissinger, are you still around?
Oh yes, I am always here for you. Why don't you come over here a little bit closer?
Obama's a little troll. Kissinger loves him anally, so
I did not have immoral relations with Kissinger.
that was a good Clinton.
I do a great Clinton. I did not have any immoral relations with Kissinger. I only got a little drunk and sucked
I
his
did
dick.
not suck Obama's dick. I only nibbled it a little bit. It doesn't count.
I did not suck Obama's dick. I only nibbled it a little bit. It doesn't count. I smoked, but I didn't inhale.
And it wasn't train rape because it wasn't on a train.
And it certainly wasn't train rape because it wasn't on a train. And my wife Hillary will tell you I'm the most God to honest, steady man there is out there. I'm Bill Clinton, and I'm running for a third term as president because I believe in the United States. Oh, look who finally joined.
There's Kristen! Holy shit!
Figured it out.
Yay!
I learned how to use the internet apparently, and how to
Wow.
download things.
Awesome.
I just want to say that the picture for my Google Plus account is from like me in 5th grade, so I don't really look like that anymore.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying you looked like that to begin with, okay?
Well,
Nobody's saying anything.
actually, Henry Kissinger might be saying that.
Henry Kissinger's a troll. Nobody likes him anyway. Wait, I just talked bad about myself. I'm
Oh my
going to
God.
shoot myself in the foot right now.
Hey, do the Clinton.
That's pretty real sounding.
You want to have immoral relations, Missy? Why don't you put on a blue dress and say Monica? Mmm.
Oh my God. How long have you been practicing that?
Forever.
Okay.
I'm just good at it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
To actually hear my Obama voice in its entirety, because my voice is so deep over internet connection, you'd have to hear it in person. I can actually do it a lot better in person.
Wow.
Because you kind of got to get the tone, and the tone doesn't very well.
Or you could record it into Audacity and then lower the pitch.
I could.
I like your hand motion for lowering the pitch.
Well, the only time I'd want to raise the pitch with Obama is this way.
I agree. I mean, when I was visiting my family in Pennsylvania, they're pretty conservative. They were having a conversation.
Is there any way you can enable your video so that we don't have to see your 5th grade self and we can actually see your your 2014 version without the time travel?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of sitting in a dark room, but I could eventually get on that.
Oh,
Okay,
I could
well-
eventually get on that because I'm scared and I want people to realize how pretty I am, and I don't want to freaking expose myself for being a super awesome person. And
Oh yeah.
I just want to be a freaking troll and just hide behind my own sorrow and misery. So I'm just gonna sit here and deny it, and just because I don't want to show off, because that would be wrong of me, right? In this narrow-minded paradigm that you put around yourself. Why are you doing that, man?
Where's your camera though?
He just had it on.
Yeah, I
I know.
just had it on. I got nothing to hide. You got to hide.
What do I have to hide? I post selfies all the time on Facebook.
You know what? You don't really
They
want.
count.
You do not actually want me to go into the conversation you had earlier and answer the question of what you think you have to hide. You don't. So
Okay. Imagine
Well,
me
maybe
as Captain
resend
Picard.
that. You maybe want to rescind that rhetorical question.
Imagine me as Captain Picard, sitting in his captain's chair, face palming. Just
Oh my
imagine that. Just imagine that.
I don't want to imagine that. I'm kidding.
Make it so.
Make
Come
it
on,
so, with a sewing
Make
machine.
sure that Kristen shows a face on my way to the bridge. Anyway.
You guys are pretty funny.
So
So Jay just dropped off the face of the earth.
yeah, apparently. So Kristen, everything that happened earlier before this conversation got uber crazy silly, and then Jay dropped off the face of the known fucking universe for reasons unknown. What do you think about all this? How much did you even listen to of the cosmic voice recording, and then everything after that we went into? How much of that did you catch?
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't catch much of the actual cosmic voice recording. I listened to some of it, maybe 5 minutes of it, maybe a little more. Basically, I just think, I didn't listen to everything they said, so I'm just giving kind of a general overview of what I've been picking up on in the news, how I've seen other people react to it.
I think you heard what he said after it.
What do you mean?
In other
I
words,
heard some of what you said after.
after the Cosmic Voice thing, when me and Rich and Jay were talking about it, you said you were live on that.
Yeah, I heard some of that.
So, you can comment on that. You did hear that.
I really do agree with what you guys said, and I think it's pretty cool how you guys are out here sharing your opinions, but at the same time, you're promoting the idea that other people can have differing opinions or have the same opinions, and you're recognizing that they can discern it however they'd like. It doesn't have to agree with what you say. And that's something that a lot of people have, these ideas that, yeah, they may be good ideas, but the fact that they might shove them onto other people, force them onto other people, it totally negates what they're trying to say.
Or they reject new information, too.
Or, yeah.
They're so emotionally invested in their current belief system.
It shouldn't be to the point where you are unwilling to look at anything else, I think. And
now say that into a mirror 3 times, click your heels together, and say there's no place to go.
Wow, Dave.
You're
Yeah,
in
I
the
know.
wonderful world of the Wizard of Oz, and Sorrow is going, I'll get you, my pretty, and your Toto, too. Riding on the bike in the tornado, staring at you while you're sleeping. Yeah, how does that feel?
Oh my god, that came out of Dave. What the fuck?
I've never heard that one. Alright, I'm gonna work towards getting the light on, so I'm gonna do that.
Cheers, aim the light, my brothers and sisters, amen, hallelujah, praise Jesus.
Be quiet, Dave.
Getting in
I'm
line?
not a black lady in church.
Getting in line with the Force, Kristen is. Realizing her true potential, she must.
She's smarter than the average bear, eh?
Yeah, go Yogi.
So how are you guys doing tonight?
Yogi, Mr. Ranger Smith is masturbating in the bushes.
Oh my god!
Boo-boo, is he jizzing all over my picnic basket? Yes, Yogi. That son of a bitch.
That's really funny. Okay, I will give you guys a bit of a warning. My hair is kind of like, it looks somewhat like Satan right now. So
It
that's...
looks terrible. I'm in the world of depression. Woe is me. I'm so ugly. Ah! Let it go. 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 Let it go.
Hey, I'm not depressed!
Let the thoughts go. Just throw them out the window.
You know,
No one cares about the nasty thoughts.
Just like a tongue depressor, depressed, which means pushed down.
Mm-hmm. All you have to do is lighten up.
If you want to be enlightened, just lighten up.
Lighten up!
Fly like a bird.
No,
Quit saying you can't fly. God gave you wings. Now start flapping and jump out of the nest, for Christ's sake.
I know.
You're
Jesus.
gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be good. You'll be okay.
Thanks for that.
Everybody's gonna be there to congratulate
Most
you.
advice I'll ever need.
You'll make the jump. You'll be good. You'll fly. You'll go with the birds. You'll soar with the eagles. You'll be fine.
Guys, I think I changed my mind. I don't want to use camera.
as you
Dave
You
looks
might
disappointed.
want to change your picture to something 2014.
Oh, there she is. You troll.
I was kidding.
You
Yeah, I did
troll.
trolly.
Look at that bright, vibrant smile. She's happy. See? Oh,
Don't talk about that.
blush. No, I'm going to talk about it. Sucks to be you. You came to the wrong place if you didn't want me to talk about it.
I heard Kermit
Yeah, her smile. Yeah, she's smiling, she's grinning because we're talking. Yeah, it's all about you.
Okay, but I do have a question for both of you. What determines...
Been brought to you by the letter bomb. Number joint.
Homicide has been brought to you by the letter H.
I'm really fucked up.
I haven't watched that show in so long. Have you guys ever heard of the show Between the Lions?
Between the Lions?
Yeah.
Lions. Lions.
Rich, you're not that much older than me. How have you not heard of this show?
Because I don't pay attention to modern shit. Or is it modern at all?
Like, no.
Listen,
Well,
between the Lions, Lions, or Lines, what word do you say?
Lions, like the animal.
Oh.
But it's a play because it's like a play on words. Because the show is like about teaching kids to read. It's centered around lions that live in a library. So like read between the lions. It's kind of annoying.
I watched that show as a kid, yeah.
Okay, kid.
Okay. Never mind. I remember.
Now let's write.
I remember.
Now let's write the sentence mauled to death. Because this is read between.
I remember that show as a kid. I remember watching it in first grade. I've forgotten about that show.
You remember it?
Mm-hmm.
I was really into that show.
Yeah, public television 101.
Okay, so I was going to tell you guys a little bit about what I think is kind of happening collective consciousness-wise regarding the elites and their bullshit, I guess. In my opinion, that's what I think it is.
I'll mute out and give you the soapbox.
Well, it's not going to be very much, because I didn't really listen to very much. It's just... Okay. Basically, I think more people are waking up, for one thing. You can see that everywhere. More people are looking at what they see on the news, and other, they'll take the political dichotomy, left versus right, and they're looking at it from a standpoint that they're not buying into the bullshit, basically. Along with that, people who really do buy into it, it's getting stronger, it's getting more intense. They're really, really starting to latch on, and it's starting to get to the point where, as we can see, people are latching onto their beliefs so strongly where it's starting to become violent. I mean, it's always been like that, but it's really coming to a head. Like, people, I mean, even if you're thinking about it in places other than America, people are, things are starting to happen. It's kind of coming to a head. And I think that's just bound to happen as more people wake up. Bullshit has to come to the surface before people can realize that it's bullshit. So I think things are gonna pick up the pace. But along with that, I'm seeing people all around me question what they're being told, and I think that's really cool. Along with me, yeah, I still have belief systems that I choose to latch onto, but I'm able to recognize that I'm doing that, which is very different from not being aware of it at all. Yeah, and you guys were kind of talking about timing a little bit. I don't think you can pinpoint a time, and I don't think you need to. There's no point to. Basically, what I can only do is observe what's going on and try to get as many views as possible and try to avoid anything that's going to be forced on me as dogma. I mean, maybe not avoid it, examine it, and shove it to the side. And that's pretty much all I've got. Basically, I just think I'm really excited for I think the day is going to come where they aren't in charge, the elites, and everyone really starts to realize what bullshit they've been pulling, and I'm really excited for that. I hope I live to see that day. and I hope that we can instill a system of anarchy, but the real kind of anarchy that most people don't even know exists. You know, it's not just violence, every man for himself. It could work, I think. And along with this, as humanity starts to face the bullshit that is going on in the world, people are going to start facing the bullshit that's
I just want to add that if people want to know what the quote-unquote real anarchy is, they can go onto
Dave's video
channel, and there's a video, PSEC 2014, What is Anarchy? Question mark. And that will show you what it is and what it isn't. Because I did my best to answer that question. There's some Larkin Rose stuff in there too. He's pretty badass, so using that was very appropriate.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just wanted to interject with that so that anybody watching wasn't like, wait a minute, the real anarchy? What the fuck is that? Why don't you tell us where to get that information? What the hell, Chris? You know.
Yeah, I probably should mention that.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell people where they can go ahead and get that. So there we go.
Yeah, it's I watched most of it. It's a really great video. Very it's really easy to understand. It has a bunch of cool, like, people phrasing the idea in different ways. It has animations. I think it's awesome. And yeah, what I was saying is, people, as the world faces the bullshit on the outside, you know, everything that's going on in all parts of the world, that can only happen when people start to realize the bullshit on the inside. That's all I'm saying. People are gonna, me at least, I talk all kinds of shit about everyone in charge of things, you know. They're taking advantage of the populace, and it pisses me off a little bit. But, I mean, how many belief systems have they indoctrinated me into that I realize that they're doing that, and I'm like latching onto them, you know? It's like, but I'm not really mad at myself for doing that. I know it's a process. I'm gonna get there eventually, and right now it's just continuing to sort out the things. I can't ignore it, and I can't shove it to the side, and I'm not gonna try to do that.
Yeah, totally. A little bit of a semi-related side note. Rich was talking about the Picard facepalm earlier. Well, yeah, I'm looking at you guys through like my big 42-inch screen TV. So like seeing you up there, Kristen, you know, I feel like Captain Picard, like on the bridge of the Enterprise, because like I have no headset on or anything.
I'm looking at you guys through like a tiny corner.
Well, I got like no headset on. I just got, you know, the camera and microphone and everything, and like the 42-inch screen TV. Like all I need here now is like, you know, like a captain's chair and like Mr. Data over here and, you know, Commander Riker over here. Make it so, number one. Engage. Set course. Just like so Star Trek over here.
That's really funny.
Yeah, but
you've got it all set though.
Yeah, continue. I just wanted to interject that because as I was watching that, I was thinking of what he said earlier with the Picard references. And I'm like, you know, this totally does feel like Star Trek. I'm just chilling here. It's a big freaking U-screen conference call between the Klingons and the fucking Romulans here. You know, kidding. But, you know.
That's really funny.
Shut up. Shut up. Quit bragging. Quit bragging.
Yeah, Dave.
I want to have a frickin' 42-inch. I got a frickin' Asus PC. I don't care, okay, that you got your fancy little servers and all your stuff. You frickin' brag to me like 24/7 about that crap. It's cool, but it's like...
It's his pride and joy!
Oh, I know, but it's just... It's,
no, I'm kidding.
I just like fucking shit. It's fun.
How long it took me to get this shit? God, that reminds me of a line from Switch when somebody walked up to Margot, and Margot had a fur coat on, and it was some activist against killing animals and stuff, and the activist is like, do you realize how many poor animals had to be killed in order to make that coat? And Margot looks at her and says, "Do you realize how many rich animals I had to fuck in order to get this coat?"
Yeah, yeah. As graphic as that sentence was.
It's a funny movie. It's called Switch. You'd like it.
I'd like it.
Yeah, this guy who is like a real chauvinist pig dies and ends up getting sent back as a woman. It's hilarious.
Okay. Yeah, I would probably like that, judging from what you just said. Um, did you just mute? Why'd you do that? Well, you can't really answer, but
Because we can, because we want to listen to your voice.
Interruption, silly.
you can hear my voice, and you don't have to mute
We
it.
want to hear your beautiful voice without interruption. So just continue speaking
And also muting
fluentness.
potential feedback going from speaker to mic, speaker to mic, speaker to mic, and oscillating. So it's always just a good idea to mute when somebody else is about to go into a rant, so that your end isn't accidentally feeding back. It's just courtesy thing. You would have noticed me, Jay, and Rich doing the same thing earlier. So yeah. Anyway.
Well, I was listening, but I wasn't really. I kind of was like in another tab, just listening. But yeah, pretty much that's all I really have on the whole cosmic voice thing, considering I didn't listen to most of it. I can't really try and talk about it. But I would like to listen to more of it. I think I've always been really interested in this subject. I've always had the feeling that something a little fishy was going on as far as the government. It's always just seemed weird to me, the idea of other human beings being in charge of other human beings. I don't think it's necessary. And I just think we are smarter than we think we are. If we really wanted to, we could take responsibility and own up and start living life how we'd want to. But, that comes with a lot of facing yourself, and that shit's scary. So, it's scary because it's different. It's uncomfortable. But a lot of good things can come from being uncomfortable. So yeah. Someone else's turn. No. Okay. So is this gonna be put on YouTube? It is? Okay. This is strange. Well, it's nice to meet you, Rich. You're pretty funny. Nice to talk to you again, Dave. Missed ya. Okay, so okay, what I was gonna say, now I remember. I was gonna say this about my family. I visited them in Pennsylvania, and they're pretty conservative Republican kind of thing. And so I was talking to them. They were pretty much having a conversation about how much Obama sucked, and they're knowledgeable on that I'm more liberal than them, only because I just don't believe in the same thing as them. To them, that's liberal. And I said, even Democrats are starting to hate Obama. Exhibit A, a lot of my other side of the family is Democratic, and they hate Obama. So you're allowed to hate Obama if you're Democratic. And you're allowed to be anything other than Democratic or Republican, just in case you didn't know. There are other options. I promise you that. Just saying. I'm hesitant to call it libertarian because I feel like that's just going to be taken and stigmatized too. Whatever. It's just, why do you have to put labels on things? It's kind of unnecessary to me. Just have your own educated opinion on things. Why not? But apparently people don't like to do that. even though it seems easier and a little less dramatic. Yeah, but I think it's good that people are.
Oh, and of course, I think you can speak from experience as far as the fact that it's really, really easy to do the things that are easier and less traumatic, isn't it? And so hard to just do the things that are more difficult and more traumatic. You know,
Yeah.
I'm completely fucking sarcastic with my tone.
I know you are. But see, the thing is, people do. You know, I bet if you suggested the idea of not putting labels on things to some people, you know, it's just out of the scope because we've been told, put everything in boxes. That's really what the fuck we've been told.
GMO should be labeled, but exceptions to every rule.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
In Oregon, hopefully, if the vote goes through, GMOs will in fact be labeled in my state. But that's relying on the system that's already broken, full of shit, full of holes, and full of politicians who can't seem to find their ass with their own hands. So, I mean, it passed in my county. There was a ban on GMO crops, etc. It was 15-119. That was the name of the farm bill. You can look it up. It's still on Google, I imagine. But yeah, it passed in Jackson County with a majority of the vote, and we are a GMO-free county. So
that's great. See, my thing is, really, I think we should just. I mean, it's one thing to get rid of GMOs, but at the same time, the people that care about GMOs are going to try their hardest not to eat them. So, I mean, banning them, is it necessary? Well, I'd like that, but it might be too out of the scope for, to do everywhere. In the town that I live in, it's a small town, a lot of farms, and they're really all for, they don't care about the whole organic thing. They think there's nothing wrong with, growing them the way you want. There's nothing wrong with the GMOs. It's just another way to feed people. And I think that standpoint is a bit ignorant because it shows me that, they may not have examined the other side. And not saying that you aren't allowed to have that opinion. You're allowed to feel whatever you want, but they definitely should be labeled. And I can't think of an argument against that because that is something that if you're a consumer and you're eating something, you should know what the hell it is. That doesn't stop you from making money off of it to label it. And the fact that they don't want to label it tells me there's something that they're trying to hide. They know that if they know that there's GMOs in their food, they're not going to want to buy it. So I'm just not about the GMO thing. But right now I live with my parents, so it's not really easy to, buy my own food or make sure that it's not riddled with a bunch of weird shit. I have started buying my own drinking water, cut out that fluoride stuff.
Well, hey, right now, I know you have a job. Plus, the more you get into making YouTube videos, I'm going to be showing you how to make money on that, so on and so forth. So as your finances continue to go up, you're going to be able to choose more and more the sort of stuff you want to eat as opposed to just dealing with whatever's handed to you.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, have I ever shown you this?
I don't believe so.
It's my keyboard and mouse.
That's what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, that's really cool.
A mini keyboard and mouse?
Yeah, it's about the size of a cell phone.
That's legit, dude.
And it's for
that is legit.
I thought it was funny to have one the size of a TV remote, seeing as the screen is also my TV. So it's my computer, it's my TV, it's my my Netflix, it's everything I got running up here, and like there's like my TV remote, right? And this is for the Bose sound system and so on. So I'm thinking, wait a minute, why have this wireless keyboard and mouse that's like huge and clunky? Why not just make it a remote like everything else? Little bitty thing.
How much was that?
Like $15.
Wow, okay. That's a great
and
deal.
it also doubles as something to blind the shit out of you.
Nice try, Dave. It didn't work.
No. Yeah. That's all I got in reply right there. See that? Yeah. That blinds you probably a lot more, I bet.
It was enthralling.
For the most part. I don't know.
I mean, how many people do you really think are going to watch this video all the way through, guys? I think we should break the video up. I say keep the videos under an hour.
I say just be a rebel and just. I just say be a rebel and just keep going. Anybody who cares is gonna.
Well, I'm talking about trying to get views.
You know what I think? I think that there's that little fucking slide bar that when a computer works correctly and it doesn't have a Windows install that's not on its last legs and doesn't have an internet connection that's slower than dirt, people understand, oh, I don't like what's happening here. Let's take that little slide bar and move it forward and maybe see what's happening over here.
There you go.
I think even President Obama knows how to do that, and he's fucking stupid. I'm not really worried about the length of these things.
I'm just gonna,
Oh my god! That is so true.
When you
do
do,
how he looks to the side like he said something profound. He looks over. He's like,
he's like, wait a minute.
You want to know what?
That teleprompter.
You want to know what he looks like?
That teleprompter there, that says one thing. That teleprompter there is telling me another. Which teleprompter am I supposed to read from?
You know what he looks like? You know what he looks like?
That teleprompter, because it's talking about really cool drone strikes.
You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of a black version of Mussolini from World War II, who would just sit there and just, he would like, if you ever watch Mussolini in some of those old reels with his speeches, he's always doing this thing, and he's always doing that, really impressed with himself, doing this thing,
I know what you're talking about, too.
Yeah, he's like, doing that hand gesture thing that he always does, and he's like,
oh my god.
The old deuce,
Guys, we could be shot for putting this video online.
I don't care. They would have shot me already.
Oh my god.
Don't you know Russians can't shoot?
I'll never forget, someone told me, George Bush was the president at this time. I was in like 2nd grade or something, and a kid told me that I needed to respect the president, and even in 2nd grade I knew that was bullshit, and I remember saying, that's retarded, or something like that. I'm not going to do that. And we kind of got to it.
Let us take a moment. 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 Let's take a moment. Check it out.
Giddy up, boys. I need to fly my F-102 over Iraq.
Hey, let us take a moment. Let us take a moment to show proper respect to the president. Okay, here we go. There's proper respect.
I did. I was right on cue with you. I was right on cue.
There we are.
You know what? Let's just extend this to the whole government of the United States. I think they deserve a big... That's what they deserve, Rich.
Yeah, pigs. Oh, here's my tax money. I'm just going to pour it out of the trough for you so you can come gorge yourself like a fat, obese woman who's having diabetes.
Dave is showing them his talent. Oh my god. Wait, so how do you guys even know each other?
Through DeviantArt.
Random coincidence.
Oh yeah, you told me about that. Didn't Katarina used to live in Oregon?
Yes, that's where she's from.
Cool.
Portland area.
I actually visited Portland when I was like 4. I actually remember a lot from that trip. It was pretty cool.
Portland's
I remember
the place of
my
weird
fourth
people.
birthday. I remember my 4th birthday.
What do you remember from it?
I woke up. I got out of bed. Obviously, I was a hell of a lot shorter than I am now. I was walking down the hallway, past the bathroom, on the way to the kitchen, and in the apartment I was living in, the dining room came off adjoined to the kitchen, whereas in most houses in apartments, the dining room usually comes off of the living room, but in this setup, the dining room came off the kitchen. And they had one of those little child gates blocking off the dining room, because that was the room where they were getting everything ready for the party and everything. And I start to walk in there, and there's mom, dad, whoever else is there, and that typical how you talk to a little kid on their birthday, like, wow, oh, you're 4 already, oh, whoa, and I'm just looking at him like, yeah, okay, I'm 4. Where is the cake? Like, yeah, cake.
That's so true.
When you're 4, it's like, screw the cake. Where's the frickin' presents?
Oh my god,
I want
yeah.
new toys already.
I had just woken up. First thing that's on your mind when you're waking up is food. And when you're at that age, it's like you're not discerning between like the healthy meal and the dessert. You're like, I don't know what healthy meal is. Fuck that. Give me the cake. Give me the ice cream. Give me the chocolate. Give me the, give me that.
It tastes fucking great.
No, I see. It's always been weird for me. When I was little, I wanted to do like a real breakfast, like buttermilk pancakes with like a crap load of syrup, butter, bacon, eggs, sausage. I mean, the whole works. That's what I want in the morning, and a big frickin' glass of Ovaltine or Nesquik.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I've always been like that too. But I will admit, if there's cake there, it's just going on the platter too, like all of it at once. I don't care. I never cared.
I can't do it. My stomach's just like, fuck no. I can't do sugar like that this time of morning. It just doesn't happen.
Oh really?
By the time but noon or afterwards, look out. Look out.
Reality's a pancake, not a light switch.
Mm-hmm.
What?
He just took the cake thing and clever, Dave. Clever.
It still worked too.
You deserve a brownie button.
But I'd actually rather have a brownie, like particularly the marijuana kind.
Right. Dave, when we hang out, let's get on that.
Huh?
When we hang out, we're gonna be on that.
He said
Yeah,
marijuana.
In a couple of years,
SWAT
when
team.
you and your aunt, because she's got her boyfriend in Chicago.
Yeah, her boyfriend's family. And she really loves Chicago visiting it, so she really wants to go back. She suggested it, and I was like, hey, can I tag along? And can we make this approximately when I'm an adult, so it'll be way more enjoyable?
Yep, you'll be 18.
Now I'm fucking jealous. You guys are talking about shit, and I'm just sitting here, and I'm just like feeling unincluded, like a kid in the corner. And you're like,
Oh,
gonna have fun, and you're not invited.
Look, man, you got 2 fucking years to get your own popular YouTube channel together, to have enough money coming in to come
Popularity!
hang out with us in fucking Chicago, okay?
I don't have a
Some
YouTube channel that's...
Hopefully
I
by
don't
then
even
I will
post any
start
videos.
making films.
I
Huh?
don't post any YouTube videos. I
That's a
don't.
belief system.
I just don't. I don't post any
Now,
YouTube videos.
Rich, don't be like Kristen. Get over this. I'm too miserable and not worthy to do YouTube
I never said I was miserable, was I?
stuff,
Are you miserable?
No. I'm actually quite content. I just don't feel a need to go around with a camera everywhere filming everything I see.
But you don't have to do that.
I'm gonna post a video of rainbows and fall leaves. We'll see how many
Yeah,
views that.
because of course that's totally exactly what I do. It's not like I make documentaries or anything. I'm just
Really,
like,
That's
Mr.
true.
oh my
Mr.
god,
Go
it's
out.
a fucking rainbow. Let me get 6 hours of this fucking thing. Yeah, that's totally what I do. It's not like I'm here making documentaries.
Yeah, Dave's all about the unnecessary shit.
Yeah.
Does that every day.
Kristen, when I visit Ohio, I want to take like 8 hours of footage of your fucking wall doing nothing. Maybe if like I'm real lucky, a fly will like fucking land there. That'll be totally cool.
Oh my god, we'll probably get a ton of hits from that.
Oh yeah.
I know,
Let's
right?
do it.
Why don't you film me ramming my head through her wall and then my head is like stuck halfway through so that when my skull is sticking out with like plaster and drywall over my head? We'll see how many views that gets. Guy
I
has to go
say
to
it'll
the
get
ER.
a lot.
Man,
Totally
I'd do
smashed.
let's video Satan pounding Obama's ass with a fucking pitchfork. Yeah, man.
Or getting a pineapple up the butt next to Hitler. That would be
Yeah,
even
there we
better.
go. Like I'm Little Nicky.
Mm-hmm.
You ever see that movie, Kristen, Little Nicky?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, fucking thing's hilarious.
I've not seen all my friends, a lot of my friends, I should say, are quite a bit older, so they've seen movies from like a completely different time period, and a lot of them I haven't seen. So most of the movie,
Oh, you'll love that movie. Like, Hitler gets a pine cone shoved up his, or not pine cone, pineapple shoved up his ass once a day.
once a day.
They open up the pineapple vault. There's Satan there opening up the pineapple vault, making Hitler pick one. And Hitler pulls out this little bitty one. Satan's like, and then Hitler pulls out this one that's a little bigger. Satan's like,
No, it's always
then
the
Hitler
biggest.
pulls out this big pineapple, and it's like,
It's always the biggest one.
Hitler's dressed in like this pink dress and shit and everything. He's dressed in drag, and then they just bend Hitler over, and Satan just takes his pineapple and right up his ass.
Oh my gosh, that is really, really funny. Is that just one scene in the movie, I'm assuming?
Oh, that's only one scene. The whole damn movie's hilarious. Like, there was this one peeping Tom that ended up going to hell and coming through, right? He's like, oh my god, where am I? And he's like, oh, you're in hell. Hell? What did I do to deserve to be in here? I was just a horny little birdie. That's all, just a horny little birdie. No, you weren't a horny little birdie. That's not what a horny little birdie looks like. This is what a horny birdie looks like. There's this like big rock that starts getting up behind him and screwing him in the ass and chasing him around. Like, I don't deserve that.
That would be, if hell was real, that would be what it was like.
It's hilarious.
That's beautiful.
If you did not see me back off from that description, I don't know. That was just like, I just like, that would be funny, something like that going on. You just walk into a room randomly and you see that. I don't even know what my reaction would be. I'd probably just be sitting there going, what the fuck
I know.
am I seeing? I'd just back off like that. I'd be like, whoa. You just continue what you're doing. I ain't gonna be part of that.
I think
Goodbye.
I'd be so stunned I'd just watch in awe. I mean,
Now I'm
You
gonna
just-
stare. Now I'm just gonna stare at you like, what? You'd watch it.
at me? That was weird. So how's everyone's night going?
I'm done. I'll be back. I'm just joking, but I'm just done proverbial. I can't even say anything.
He's gonna go, whatever. He's probably taking a piss or something. So this wasn't as horrible as you thought.
No, but I find it ironic how Jay had to get off. We've been
Not in that context, though. I mean,
Oh, I know.
Who
knows why he got off?
Like getting off,
Right.
Nothing like that.
You know what I mean. Got off of the Google Hangout.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm just teasing you.
I know. And I mean, this is going on YouTube, so it's probably a good thing that we clarified.
Yeah. Well, this streams right into YouTube. Like, how do you think you were watching this using a YouTube link?
No way.
Yeah, wait.
How many people do you think are watching it, though?
I don't know. Think about it this way. When you were watching us, we were streaming live. Right?
Yes.
So why would you think that's not the case now?
Well, I didn't know it was a YouTube link.
Huh?
I didn't know it was a YouTube link.
Yeah. And then after this is over, it's going to process as a regular YouTube video, and it's going to show up.
Sweet.
Right now, it's only a streaming video. It's not, saved in as, an archive yet. But as soon as the video is over, it's going to process equivalent to as if I had, uploaded an actual, YouTube video. It saves in automatically.
Okay, that's cool. I have a question for you, Dave. So, do you think that there is a chance of them giving you back your YouTube channel?
50-50, it all kind of depends. Because they just yanked it for no frickin' reason. So it depends on whether or not they want to respond back to me at all. See, if they don't respond back to me at all, then they're probably not going to give it back. Now, if they do respond back to me, then they're either going to be like, oh, sorry, there was a glitch, here's your channel back, whatever. Or they're going to be like, sorry, you violated this miscellaneous, thing we're not even really going to go into. But yeah, you just violated something. So, fuck off and go away. We're not going to tell you.
And here's the crux. Only 48 hours before Obama declares the quote-unquote unconstitutional, let me repeat myself, unconstitutional airstrikes on Syria, which, as you recall, 6 months ago, everybody and their mother was against, but now, all of a sudden, ISIS, those bastards, we have to kill them now! They're gonna behead us! They're gonna... Ah! People's heads explode, kind of like when they see the Ark of the Covenant in Indiana Jones. They're like, ah! It's like, calm down. ISIS is not gonna come behead you. Those people can't even, put their dick in straight when they're trying to fuck a goat, yet alone have the hand-eye coordination to be able to chop your head off. But anyway, it was really interesting. 2 days before the Syria airstrikes movement, his channel gets canned. Okay? And it was because we did a video on the issues pertaining to ISIS and ISIL.
And because I had two particular words in the title. One word was ISIS, and the other word is false flag. You put ISIS and false flag together during a 4-day window that I didn't know was existing at the time. We only knew in hindsight. During a 4-day window when Congress decides to go take a nap because they didn't want to deal with Obama's hissy fit, whereas he was about to go pull his Syria bullshit. I didn't know I was within that 4-day hissy fit window. So you put that together, Google runs their little fucking bots through, oh look, there's certain keywords and stuff while Obama's having a hissy fit. I mean, I don't know how many other channels got spanked during that time, but I know there's a lot of specific videos from other people's channels that were being taken down because I did a little research into it, and people were bitching about it. Like, hey, I put up this, and all of a sudden, you know, that video's gone, that video's gone, that video's gone, that video's age restricted, that video's gone, da-da-da-da. It's like, what? There was videos of the quote-unquote fake beheading. Someone was talking about it being fake and showing that, and you can tell it's fake, yet there are videos on YouTube that are like years and years old of real actual beheadings. You can like tell the difference between the real ones and the fake. The real beheadings, they're up there. You know, they've been up there for years. You know, YouTube isn't taking them down. But any of the fake beheadings in regards to ISIS, it's like, no, taken down for too graphic of content and violence and blah, blah, blah. But these actual real beheadings uploaded by Ahmed in, you know, fuck you Stan over there, or whatever, you know, like 10 years ago or whatever, those are still up there, no problem. But the little fake ones and someone saying, hey, look at this, here's why it's fake, that's like, ew, taken down.
Mm-hmm.
So there's all sorts of levels of censorship and bullshit going on. And that's not conspiracy theory or whatever. I mean, that's provable. You know, they upload these particular types of videos, and then they get shit canned. I mean, people are, you know, screen capturing it and showing step by step, okay, here was the video, then this happened, here's what, you know, frickin' YouTube says on this link now, and, you know, when people are talking and getting together and like, oh yeah, that happened to me, did that happen to you? Yeah, that happened to me too. So I'm just yet another person chiming in, only instead of having this one video taken down, I had my entire fucking channel taken down as a result of two fucking words wrongly timed in a title of one video. The little censorship bot thought that was important enough to bring down my whole goddamn channel. I don't think it was a human person that went through all that, was like, oh, that Dave motherfucker, ooh, that's a no-no, we're gonna... No, I think it was an automated robot that was on a little search and destroy based on titles, descriptions, tags, and things like that. I don't think that the full... Yeah. And where's Kristen?
She dropped off. That saddens me. I was just getting so accustomed to her face. It was so refreshing to look at.
She'll probably pop back in. She probably just temporarily nailed. See, I mentioned ISIS, and Kristen's gone.
It's like the vanishing mime act. It's just like, yeah, you know, just disappears.
And if you say the secret word ISIS, we won't scream real loud. We'll censor your video. She's on Facebook. Let's see. I just typed, "You coming back?" Question mark. It's like almost 2:30 in the morning already. Time just zips by. Holy crap.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That means this hangout's been going for 3 hours, give or take a half hour. Something like that. She is responding. Still typing. Soon, sorry, I opened another tab and IE went berserk.
And she'll be back on.
I just typed in Internet Exploder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she needs to update to Chrome. Oh wait, that'll take 5.5 years, and we can do that entertaining round of...
Chrome and IE are two different browsers.
Yeah. No, they're the same exact thing. That's totally what I just said. I'm not, dude. I know my shit about computers too. Yeah, there's Firefox, there's Chrome, and then there's Internet Explorer Eat Glue.
Don't forget Opera.
Oh, and then there's Opera, yeah, and Safari.
Safari's for Mac though, isn't it? I don't think it's for.
You can get it for PC, and you could do it for Linux, because Linux, as you know, so well can do just anything.
I know they got it for Linux.
They've got it for Linux.
I never personally have screwed with it, but
they have it for Windows. And then, of course, there's...
Netscape is still around, but it hasn't been worked on or developed or anything. It's just kind of like left as is.
What is?
Netscape.
Oh, yeah. And then, of course, there's Blue Moon. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
No. Netscape...
Yeah.
Netscape used to be the shit back in the day. I mean, that was the Firefox of the 90s, if you want to make a comparison, you know? Like everybody used Netscape because IE has always been a total piece of shit. From the beginning, Internet Explorer has always been dog shit.
Yeah.
So back in the day, it was IE versus Netscape, whereas like now it's like IE versus Firefox, and then here comes Chrome. Yeah, I said Internet Explorer, LOL, and she said fucking right.
Netscape is next to AOL now. I guess AOL bought out Netscape, not surprising.
As far as I know, Netscape no longer exists.
Oh, we are living in the world of synchronicities, my friend. The first article that appears: Coalition striking ISIS.
Do what?
Okay, here. Oh, coalition striking ISIS targets in Syria. Here we go. Where is that quote that I saw about psychopathic terrorists, and what have we been talking about this whole entire chat? Psychopathic terrorists, and gee, it's not of the Islamic brand, but more of the globalist establishment brand. And these bastards are talking about they're talking about the more Islamic brand, but yet at the same time, if you're awake, you know they're also talking about it right in your face, the behind-the-scenes psychopathic terrorists. Okay, this is about psycho.
But I was telling Dad the other day, you want to stop ISIS? That's real easy. Just have Obama commit suicide. He could jump off the edge of the Grand Canyon, or if he really wanted to be artistic about it, he could skydive out of Air Force One without a parachute. But that's the quickest way to stop ISIS. That is have Obama commit suicide. Obama's up there like, we need to stop ISIS. Well, you are ISIS. Slit your throat. That'll stop ISIS. Enough said.
No,
You know?
the entire U.S. government in its current state is ISIS.
I know. I mean, I was just joking around with my dad. Obviously, doing anything to any of these politicians will not help anything. That's why I would not recommend anybody ever committing any violence against them, because it's like eliminating the cough and ignoring the cold, because it really requires an awakening of human consciousness to realize that, hey, we've been giving these scumbags permission to lord over us. So for as long as we're still doing that, you remove one, he just gets replaced by another. Like freaking cockroaches, man. You kill one, they breed 100 more. It's human consciousness that has to change. We got to be willing to take responsibility and not expect fucking babysitters to lord it over. Government's just a diaper. We got to grow out of diapers, but that's up to the collective population. That's why today's revolutionaries are always tomorrow's tyranny, and why Mark Twain said history never repeats, but it does rhyme. You know, if killing politicians actually worked to solve anything, it would have worked hundreds of years ago, and we wouldn't be in this mess now. It doesn't work. By the way, I re-uploaded that one video that got me. Richard saying, "Did you see the new title?" Because it used to say ISIS, false flags, prejudice, and Hitler. Now the image graphic still has the correct title because that's an image and the bots can't scan that. But the text title says ICEPIS, ICEPISS, false fags, FAGS, prejudice, and Hitler. I changed it so the little fuck you bots don't come and nail me again. But the image graphic has the proper title. Because the bots don't know how to scan that. Yay! Isa Mario, she's back!
Hello.
Oh. Hello!
What did I miss? Hi.
Everything.
We're just joking around about Obama. Obama's the butt of like every joke in the country at the moment because he is the biggest joke in the country at the moment.
Yeah. I agree with that statement. It's... And I did see something, though. The thing is, when you start to look at it from, like, the whole globalist elite idea perspective, you realize that Obama's not really a bad guy. He's just really, really stupid.
Really
He's a puppet.
Yeah, hey, I got a question. I stole a Romulan cloaking device. You can't see me, right?
No.
Okay, cool. Then it's working. I've got it engaged. Yeah, because I like stole a Romulan cloaking device. So.
Holy shit, Dave.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, I guess
It's a Star Trek. Hold it. I'll tell her.
Okay.
It's a Star Trek reference. It's basically like a tractor shield. It basically converts your traditional patterns of material existence. It basically makes you blend into the background, turns you invisible. You don't.
It bends light around you.
Okay, yeah, that's really cool.
Even though he's
Which, by
totally
the
full of shit.
We have that technology now, by the way. It's not in the form of like an energetic force field,
It's
but
snake
they've
skin.
actually created a fucking material that can do it. And I'm not
It's
even
snake
talking
skin.
about cameras. I'm talking about a material that'll actually bend light.
It's called snake. It's called snake. It's called snake skin.
Really?
Snake skin camouflage. Snake skin camouflage. Yeah, I can pull it up, and I will reference my friend Bagheera3005 on deviantart.com. Lockheed engineer. He's told me all about
this. But it's a material that bends light around you. So, like, you know, like, I don't think they have, like, the face paint version. You can't, like, paint your face up with it or anything. So according
to my friend Mike Brown, they do have, and this isn't up for confirmation because there's no way you could technically prove it at this point, but they do have exosuits that do just that. You remember seeing G.I. Joe, right? The new G.I. Joe?
Yeah.
The suits that, you know, you press the button and you blend into the background, refracts light around you.
Yeah.
They have them, according to him. And basically that's what snake skin is.
That doesn't surprise me.
It's essentially a predecessor to a Romulan cloaking device.
That's sweet.
Basically turns your patterns and basically blends them into ambient light waves, so that way you blend into the background. You become a background image instead of a frontal image.
I can think of so many situations where that would be absolutely convenient. I mean, it's making you invisible.
Sneaking into concerts, you know.
What'd you just say, Dave?
Sneaking into concerts, you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you could do anything you wanted. Oh, that'd be so cool. I mean, not. There's probably some restrictions, but you could do a lot.
I know what she's thinking.
What am I thinking?
No, I don't know. Tacos.
You know, I wish I had some, like, heavyweight fishing line on a pole or something, so I could be like, no, look, Kristen, seriously, see, I'm holding my can of pop, and we make an arm isn't here, it's just like the fishing line going up, and all you see is, like, the pop hovering. See, man, I'm not bullshitting you.
I can pretend like that's happening.
Dave, that's like totally UFO crap. You know how many of those fake videos you see of the flying saucers that those guys have on the fishing poles and they're bouncing all over the camera and stuff? And then they have the special light effects in there.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting pretty tired.
That's okay. You know what's funny, though? How people automatically equate UFOs with aliens. It's like, wait a minute. UFO doesn't stand for Uranus fornicating object. It stands for
unidentified flying object.
That means it could be extraterrestrial, it could be terrestrial, could be anything. It's unidentified. Hence the UFO.
Military. A lot of the stuff that I think a lot of people see that they claim is alien in origin, I'm like, no, it's U.S. military.
Yeah.
What do you think they're spending $100 billion on? A gold toilet seat and a iron dildo for President Obama to fist himself with when he's having a bad day?
Not to mention, also to think that we are the first civilization or species to evolve on this 4 billion-year-old planet. To think that we're the only one to ever be here would be stupid. So, what if not only we're the new kids on the block for the galaxy, but also the planet? If there was, you know, another civilization that still has a presence here, and they originated from here, then they too are not extraterrestrial. They are very terrestrial. In fact, they were here first. So, just the whole idea of, like, anything you don't understand absolutely having to be from out there. No. Even if it's something that's not technically made by humans, there could be another civilization, another species that predates ours that still has a presence here. And if they originate here, then they are no more ET than we are.
Wait, how come we wouldn't? But if they were still here, wouldn't we be able to know that they're here?
Our governments probably would, but us, no.
Good point.
By the way, there is a link up in the corner to the adaptive camouflage that I'm referring to, and BAE Systems did unveil it for combat vehicles.
Dave, what's your opinion on eating meat?
As long as it's raised properly and not fucked with, then it's fine. As long as you're not brutalizing the chickens and brutalizing the cows and cramming them into unsanitary pens and all this and that. Have you seen the videos on how they treat them fucking animals?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, as long as they are raised respectfully and in accordance to nature, you know, free range the things, and when you kill them, make it quick. Don't make them frickin' suffer. You know, there's no reason to, like, let these animals live a totally brutal, terrible life and then only to die, like, excruciatingly horribly.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, when they live like that and they die like that, their bodies are constantly being saturated with stress hormones and adrenaline. And then we eat that.
Very, very true point. I was thinking of going vegan for health benefits, basically. What I was going to do is, it's called raw till 4. You eat a raw vegan diet until 4 o'clock, and then after that you can eat, like, pretty much anything you want as long as it's vegan, which I think is pretty cool.
You know what I personally would suggest? Learn to communicate with your body better. Pay attention to what your body's craving, and go with that.
My body's craving the junk.
No, that's your ego craving that. I was about to say not what your ego's craving, your body. You got to learn to discern the difference. There is a difference.
Well, how do I know what my body's craving?
You feel it.
I observe it.
Well, it takes
instead of trying to calculate it.
It takes practice, and it takes a willingness to pay attention to your body, because I guess the best way to say it is, it tells you in the form of intuitive knowing. It's not like you hear a voice like, "Hey, motherfucker, get me some green beans, bitch." Like, for example, how do you know the difference between when you're cold and when you're warm? It's kind of like that. And then what if society taught you that when you're warm, you're in alignment with Jesus, and when you're cold, that's Satan playing tricks on you. You'd be completely screwed up as far as your sense of what's what, and you'd be completely confused. Well, that's how we get with all these belief systems we have about what we should and shouldn't eat, and what's popular to eat, and whatever. And then we got all these self-defeating fucking belief systems that don't help either. Our brains are complete chaos. We're lucky we understand what we know, what we're thinking and feeling, much less what our body's trying to tell us it fucking needs. So it's definitely something that you got to kind of train yourself into, to kind of let go of all the programming about food, and to really pay attention to what your body's wanting, and not what your ego is telling you based on what society has programmed it. Not because you saw a commercial for, the fucking McDonald's burger and your ego's going, burger! You know what I mean? That's not your body telling you, hey, I need something.
It's really funny because what you said was kind of true. It's like something goes off in you. It's like, I want that fucking hamburger. And for me, it's Rally's hamburgers. Jesus Christ. And the fries? Oh, man. Don't let me in.
When you really start listening to your body, you'll also start to discern the difference between a real hamburger and that pathetic, substituted, God only knows what the fuck is in it burgers.
Okay, here is the story here. I went off McDonald's for, I haven't eaten a McDonald's hamburger since I was 13. And that was when I joined the Young Marines and I went on the health program that they have. I noticed a change overnight. I stopped drinking soda, and we're talking that high fructose corn syrup filled garbage that they pass as soda in this country. I stopped eating the French fries. I stopped eating all of it.
Hey, if you want to drink soda, drink Dr. Pepper. At least that's technically still pop.
There you go.
I drink a lot of Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. If you're going with the high fructose stuff, but if you want other sodas, go with real sugar. Anyway, I cut off all of that stuff. When I went to sleep at night, I ate so much junk at one point in my life when I was a kid, you'd feel like this weight on your chest. It felt like somebody was sitting on your chest, and you were having trouble breathing unless you laid on your stomach. And when I got on a normal diet and I started feeding my body what it needed, what it was craving, I felt that weight just lift off of my chest, and I have never felt it since, because I can discern, I know what real food is as compared to what, the fake garbage pink sludge that they pass for real meat. You
want to know something else you could do to kind of get your biological guidance system back on track? Don't eat anything at all for a day or two, and drink as little water as possible. Drink some, but drink as little water as possible. I'll tell you why. When and you don't eat any food and you drink as little fluids as possible, that tells your cells to go into a detox mode. See, that's why when you're quote-unquote dehydrated, your pee is dark. Because that darkness is the toxins being released out of the cells. So that's actually a healthy thing. They tell you, oh, it's bad, don't do that. But it's actually a healthy thing. It's not healthy to do it for more than 2 days. Don't do it for more than 2 days. And if you can only tolerate doing it for 1, then cool. But don't do it for more than 2. And even though some people might suggest don't drink at all for 2 days, I wouldn't suggest that. I would suggest drink very little. Very little. And, water or juice or something that's healthy, not garbage. Drink very little and don't eat at all for a day or 2. And yeah, you're gonna probably feel like shit for those 2 days because you're detoxing. You're dumping out garbage that your cells have been storing up, and your pee's going to be dark, and you're going to get all that out of you. Then after that, start eating and drinking normally, but don't go back to all the junk. Do your vegan thing and drink water. And what you'll start to see with that is your body's own guidance system start to kick back in again, and you'll start to know the difference between real food and bullshit. Because then after that, after those couple of days, and then say, for the rest of the week, do your vegan thing, but continue drinking water, juice, and whatever. After a week or 2 of doing the more healthy thing, then try eating a McDonald's hamburger. What you're going to find is your reaction will be like, oh my god, I can't even finish this. This is disgusting. You're going to want to throw that.
My mother was craving a fillet of fish actually it was back in December. And, I had this McDonald's gift card that somebody had given me for Christmas in my stocking stuffer. Oh, joy. I don't eat McDonald's except for breakfast because their breakfast.
Merry Christmas.
Their breakfasts actually are good. I still haven't had a problem with their breakfast. It's their lunch that is disgusting. And she got 2 fillet of fishes. She ate the first one, and then she didn't want the second one. She said I could have the second one. I tried it, and I was like, this isn't fish. I know what real fish tastes like. I go to the Oregon coast. We get fresh, local, real fish, real clam chowder, real cod, all of the real stuff. I tried that. That tasted like factory-made garbage. It was.
Hey, we got Lake Michigan right here, and rivers and streams and everything else. I know what real fish tastes like as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I've tried real fish.
You've had real fish.
Right.
Real fish.
Oh, yeah.
Good. The fake shit, I just toss it out in a chum bucket. It's leave that for bait for when the globalists want to come and have a meal at my house. I'll give them I'll give them that canned crab or whatever that's in the bumblebee canned crab. That stuff will give you dysentery. That stuff is so toxic.
Ugh.
Just
loaded
give
full
a
of
Krabby Patty.
There you go. Yeah,
I don't
it's
really
essential.
any fish that's in the can. I mean, I'll take tuna occasionally, but I'm wary of it.
That's hard to fuck up. You can't fuck up tuna. That's hard to do. You got to really try to mess up tuna. I've only gotten sick to my I've only gotten sick to my stomach once from a can of tuna. That was once. And I think it was because it was past its expiration and I didn't read it closely, but other than that,
Yeah, that'll do it.
Never. Anyway.
I've tried some kick-ass tuna salad. That's all I'm saying.
Isn't all tuna salad kick-ass?
Isn't all kinds of salad kick-ass? Is that what you said?
No, isn't all kinds of tuna salad kick-ass?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I like egg salad.
I was just reminded. You know all the different health products and stuff I eat here, and you asked me for links a while back?
Yes! Oh my gosh.
But at the time you didn't have money? Now you have money, you work, I should give you the links again.
I just got a fat daddy paycheck, not to brag, but I'm putting some money to the side. Also, you know that video that I showed you?
Not to brag, yo swag. Yeah, go ahead.
I showed you it was about how we need certain kinds of sugar to rebuild connections between cells.
Yeah. Like the 6 types of sugar, the 2 main ones create
Yep.
the other 4, but seeing as our bodies get so fucked up that sometimes the 2 main ones can't create the other 4, you need to bring in the other 4 from other sources and all that.
I was thinking about one of my friends that I know online, Doug. He suggested it to me, and he said it really helps him stay in shape. It builds up his immune system like crazy, he said, and all he does is take these pills that have the sugars.
But what are the pills called?
They're sold from a company called Manatech. I don't recall the actual name. He was gonna send me more links about it.
Yeah, give me the information on where to get it, and I'll check it out.
Okay, yeah, thank you, by the way. They're $60 for, I think he said a month, so pretty expensive.
Yeah, they make you pay for the health supplements.
Oh yeah, they do.
I've been wanting to get some.
Find them cheaper.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Which I tend to find the deals. Not to brag.
Dave, come on, let me say my piece here. Come on, you big
well, I just
fat
don't like to be like, he's bragging again, because he stated a fact, he's bragging. I'm going to cry now. I'm going to pretend I'm Obama and go get a golf club and hide from Congress.
This is the 44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world. Let me ask you a simple question. Do you feel lucky? Well, do you, punk? Anyway.
Is that from Pulp Fiction?
I got my lucky golf club.
No.
Yeah, that was Clint Eastwood. That was Eastwood. But anyway, I was going to say...
Was Clint Eastwood in Pulp Fiction? If not, I'm going to feel really bad about myself.
Don't feel bad about yourself.
That was a joke.
Enough of that. No more.
I'm just gonna. You say you feel bad about yourself one more time. I'm gonna throw my I'm gonna get an airline ticket. I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna freaking throw
that's
you
like the
out.
first time I've said that, and it was. I think that was sarcastic.
I have heard it enough from Dave to freaking fill a coffin full of sorrow and misery from the pharaohs onward to freaking I don't know. But,
and by that he doesn't.
Wow, Dave talking shit.
He doesn't mean I've said it about myself. He means that I've been like, man, Kristen's down on herself again. It'd be really cool, she could just talk with us and I broke up with her. But she's down on herself again and again.
I broke up with a girl like that, and let me tell you, you're not alone out there. There are plenty of females just like you who are beating themselves up to no avail for whatever reason, and it's completely illogical. There's
reasons. I mean, there's reasons behind it. It's not just like.
Yeah, he's not saying there isn't. What he's actually trying to say, also, but you didn't let him get to that part, is that unlike his ex, you are willing to shift out of your old belief systems into new ones.
And the light bulb comes on.
Whereas his ex, no matter what he said or did, was completely unwilling to shift out of the self-pity thing. Like, you know how occasionally, when you're feeling really down on yourself, you'll temporarily push people away? Well, imagine that, but not temporary, and just like exponential pushing until like she's just pushing just everybody away, just period, just done. And there's a lot of girls that get like that, and you're not one of them. You're one of those people that's willing to face yourself and come to terms with this, and you've decided that you want something better for yourself.
In better terms, I'm gonna look into the camera when I say this, like if I were looking into your eyes. In better terms, you are a gem in this world of complete stupidity and fuck uppedness. I'm saying that right now. You're a gem. They're not there's just, I gotta say it. You know, women who are facing the reality are gemstones. They are gemstones. Right?
Well, then you guys are gemstones. Are you kidding me?
Gemstones.
Sometimes it's just that sometimes Kristen forgets that you can't have bravery without fear. So she thinks she's being weak when really she's being strong.
Oh, she's being very strong. She's facing her shit and she's getting over it.
Getting over it, that should be used loosely.
Yeah, at her own pace.
At her own pace, and that's all you can do.
A better way than saying getting over it, moving through it. Think of it as like this big swamp of shit, and on one side of the swamp is called Misery Land, and on the other side of the swamp is called fucking Freedom Land. And you have to move through the swamp of shit to go from Misery Land to Freedom Land. So it's not getting over, it's moving through.
And let's not forget that you could rage against the fact that you're in the swamp and delay the time it takes to get.
I'm in the swamp, Mark. This is nasty. Why am I here? Fuck this. I hate my life.
I hate the swamp. I'm gonna beat it with a hammer. Oh, I can't do that.
Why me?
I'll beat the boat with the hammer, because the swamp I can't beat with the hammer. Oh shit, now there's a hole in my boat. The swamp water's coming in my boat.
Oh my god.
Man, it's disgusting. It smells worse than Obama's toilet. Oh god, the swamp water. Yuck.
Okay, I think Michelle Obama's a man. I heard that story. I know it's kind of unrelated to what we were talking about, but I think it's funny, and if that turns out to be true, I'm gonna be one happy girl.
Look at like her quote unquote bone structure and the freaking
It's a man's bone. It's a man's bone structure. Just look at her finger. Her fingers are guys' hands. She's got guy fingers. Are you sure it's not Michael Obama?
Yeah, really.
You know, you'd walk up to Michelle, and it'd be like, Mrs. Obama, are you a guy? And she'd be like, as I just said when she stated that, how did you know? I'm totally a man.
It's like a real voice comes out.
How you doing?
Okay, but I will say,
and you know, and like what kind of fucking, you know, pedophile ring foster home did their kids come out of then?
Ooh, I know.
Michael Jackson's.
Yeah. Came out of Never Never Land.
If she is a man, why her? You know, why are they selecting her? And I mean, their family's probably not real. It's just probably put together, but why would they choose someone who's not really female?
Why do they do anything?
Good question. They're weird. Their habits are pretty weird.
Why do they wreck the environment when they too know that they have to share the same biosphere with everybody else?
They probably think that they can run off to some other planet.
It's like shooting yourself in the foot. I hate my enemy, so I'm going to shoot myself in the foot because I don't like my enemy. Boom, 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 boom. Take that, enemy. Boom, 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 boom. That kind of stings a little. Enemy, you hurting yet? You know, it's like, what?
Yeah.
This is going to be the longest hangout call in history.
How long?
This video is probably going to be like 4.5, 5 hours.
Damn, no one's going to watch that much of it. I'm just telling you guys.
We ought to do a 10-hour one just to piss people off. We ought to do it just to piss YouTube off. Be like, you got to watch a 10-hour video, you motherfuckers.
Actually, the cutoff is 8 hours.
Oh, really?
It won't let you go 8.
I don't know, guys. I'm probably going to hit the sack soon.
No. In the Darth Vader voice.
I know that I'll be talking to you tomorrow at some point.
Yeah.
You need to send
This was really fun, though.
And
it was really funny.
And look at how easy it was to have fun.
It was pretty easy.
And all it took was me and Jay and Rich politely politely and benevolently making fun of your ass, and then you came on, and it's all good.
You guys really were making fun of me.
But in the most nicest complimentary way.
We were doing it as positive reconstruction. Anyway, could you send your Skype information via Facebook? If
Me?
you would be so kind.
Do what? It was like garbled. All I heard was Facebook.
Would you send your Skype information via Facebook? Did you not hear that?
Sassy.
Or how about I just send you her contact through Skype?
Or whatever. Yeah, Skype information, contact. It's all the same damn thing. This microphone is sometimes a Nazi from hell. Like, it'll blurt me out and it'll make me sound all jarbled and stuff. And it kind of pisses me off. Like, I'll be in the middle of a Skype call and it'll just randomly drop out on me, and it's like, what the fuck, you little bastard. Don't you do that to me. I don't know.
Too bad there's nothing you can do about it. I hate when I get mad at technology because I just... This one time I got so mad I felt like hitting my computer, and I was like, this is out of hand.
That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything.
Don't hit your laptop because you're mad.
That's just the Anakin Skywalker coming out because he's a temper tantruming little bitch who can't get a hold on things.
Kristen, which hand is it out of? This one or this one?
Both.
It's out of hand. You're mad at your computer, it's out of hand.
Oh.
Fuck you, computer!
I don't...
We've got the bar down here, and then this space up here is reserved for the mighty Apple.
Little update manager's jumping up and down like a Jack Russell fucking terrier. Yeah, we gotta show her the Matt killed my inner child video. That's hilarious.
That's yeah. Mac killed my inner child.
So you can use it as a boat anchor.
Send it to me on Facebook and I'll watch it.
Mac is like one of the worst operating systems out there. It sucks.
I'll send you my
version.
I'll send you my version of it, the Crazy Connections version.
I've always hated Apple.
Crash different.
Crash differently.
Wait, so you want me to watch it now?
No. I mean, just in general. We're just talking about it. I can send it to you later.
Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna...
Right now, I'm just sending Rich your Skype content.
Oh, cool.
I was going to say, you look even more amazing without your glasses. You look incredible. See, I'm just going to bombard you with comments until you stop bashing yourself because you're totally worth it.
Okay, I know what you're saying, but neither of you guys have seen me in person, and I'm just saying I don't look nearly as pretty in person. I'm just saying.
Bologna.
No.
I'm gonna call Bologna. I'm calling Bologna right now.
You can call Bologna all you want.
I'm not gonna buy it. No.
By the way, I like how you call it Bologna. I'm glad I'm not the only one who does that. It is spelled Bologna.
Yeah, both me and Rich have had plenty of experiences with women in person who think, oh, I'm blah, 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 blah. And they're beautiful, but, you know...
Okay, here's the...
You can't tell them that, because they're like, no.
Okay, Dave. When a girl does that, I unscrew the cork to the invisible bottle of Jack Daniels, and I go. And I just start chugging away, because I know it's a load of shit, but I'm just going to get drunk and really nice so that way I can talk you out of it, because I would go mad otherwise. I'd be like, no, you are not ugly, you are perfectly fine, and I'm going to throw my computer until I make a goddamn point.
Kristen, I have a question.
It's angry.
Kristen, I have a question.
Yes.
Do you think that you are higher than God and exempt from the quantum physics?
Oh, yeah.
So you think you're exempt, huh? You think it doesn't apply to you?
Of course.
Yeah, you're full of shit. But anyway,
You fell for it. Nobody's higher
Oh
than God.
shit!
if you weren't,
Nobody's higher than God.
if you weren't worthy and deserving and beautiful and so on and so forth, you wouldn't be getting all these reflections. Not from him, not from me, not all the other people you've been getting them from lately. So do you think the quantum mirror is just like lying to you or fucking with you? Like, hey, physics works one. I don't like
Hey.
it. So I'm gonna make up down and down up, and gravity's gonna.
You guys are all chuckling, but my point is, not one person who's seen me in person has said that I'm gorgeous. You know, it's not like that. I look way different.
In 2 years, you better be ready, because I am going to show up and I'm going to say it to you in person. I'm going to say you are the most gorgeous woman I have ever seen in my life, and
Okay, that wouldn't be true.
oh, that wouldn't be true.
That not the most gorgeous. Like you put. No, okay.
No, okay. I'm going to totally classify it.
You're harsh.
Because all the anorexic girls who model for Victoria's Secret and are highly photoshopped are far more pretty than I am.
You know what? When my high self-esteem rants totally fail, I'm just gonna sick him on you.
Yeah,
you don't want to see what I'm like. You don't want to deal with me, because I will miss my ass.
I'm just gonna be like, Rich, make a video and send it off to her now. Tell her she's full of shit.
Okay, to me, it's not going to seem valid until there's someone giving me these kind of compliments when they see me in person.
Okay, and what about Mr. Art Museum dude who seemed to, you know, I'm not going to go into your personal business, but that was a physical reality in-person reflection that you're conveniently ignoring. Duh.
No.
And then there's that guy who works with you who's like, dude, here's my number. I know I don't really know you yet, but will you be my fucking girlfriend? Because you're fucking hot and you're awesome. Yeah, there was that guy at your work. That's an in-person physical reality fucking thing there. So there's at least 2 that I know of. So, you know, who you trying to bullshit?
And
Just
possibly 3 if I just decide to show up with an airline ticket to Ohio and just, you know, drop the surprise in on an airborne insertion and go, hi, here's a bundle of roses. I came 1,500 miles just to say hello.
Well, hey, you know,
that would be nice.
Because Henry Kissinger might show up and say, Kristen, you are beautiful, but I cannot rape you. I prefer boys.
That would be the most flattering compliment I've ever received. I swear. I would never say one more thing about this.
Maybe I had to show up at a Kissinger mask and do that routine just to... And then take the mask off and go, surprise! I'm not him.
Alright, guys. I'm probably gonna hit the sack. I'm going to bed, I mean.
Well, yeah, hit the sack. I know what that means.
Well, apparently getting off of Google Plus is able to be turned into something it's not. Well, Dave and I kind of have this joke where I always say when I'm about to leave talking to him, I say I'm getting off. And
I'm like,
oh, really? Getting off to the sack.
That way. I don't mean it that way.
I'm not getting off to the sack. I'm going to bed. You guys.
You're going off to the sack? Alright.
Oh, yeah. That's where I'm headed. Right now.
Hey, she can't go do it that way right now, cause Slick Willie ain't over there to give her some Monica training.
I just can't believe you're like, no guy wants me. There's a neon sign above my head. There's a neon sign above 2 guys that are in your physical reality. And it's like, what's stopping you? Except yourself.
Well,
one guy moved to Texas, but still, there's that other guy that's still there. But the point is, she's gotten reflections in her physical reality that totally call her on her bullshit.
okay, well, I am saying it's awfully convenient that there's one guy in my reality, yeah, but all you guys are too far away. It doesn't matter, you know?
Look, 2 in
I
total.
will be a
I'm not trying to...
firefighter.
Look,
I
Kristen,
will be a firefighter. I will have the money.
they still count. They still happened. They still call you on your bullshit. Before it was like, I never get anybody in person saying that. Then you got it in person. It's like, I never get any. No, wait, I guess I did, but well, it doesn't count because you know, how many excuses are you going to try to grab at to remain in your own paradigm?
And you're right, it does sound like bullshit. It does sound like a lot of bullshit.
It is. Well, it's self-talk. You know what I mean? It's that talking yourself down into that state of where no reflection is good enough when you're in that mode. Like, you know, you could have like 500 guys walk up to you today and be like, wow, you're gorgeous. But the next day you'll be like, well, I don't get that every single day. Or if it was real, it would be 1,000 today, but it's not. Out, you know.
It can't be pretty because it would have to be the next level of appreciation. Everybody in the town would have to be leaving roses at my front door for it to be true.
Okay, so that would be annoying.
You just start upping the expectations to the point of just ridiculous. It's like neon sign somewhere out there in Ohio and somewhere out in Texas, somewhere out there, over there, somewhere. I don't know where.
Just all around.
But I mean, look at that beautiful smile, the white teeth. She's a lovely lady. She's lovely, and I'm going to say it live on it because she's a lovely girl, and you would be a fine lass for a guy like me or anybody else. I'm calling it out right now because I'm an honest son of a bitch, and I'm not going to hide it.
Well, thank you very much for that.
You know how many opportunities I've had with women like you that were just as pretty and intellectual, and I was too much of a nervous wreck to fucking say something. Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to call it for what it is. I'm going to call the purple elephant in the room and say, there it is.
Wait a minute, bingo. He's making a point I made you a long time ago. Remember how I told you how I was when I was a teenager? It's like, well, that's you, and you were shy and blah blah blah. And it's like, dude, that is not like exclusive to me. Like most guys, like especially, you know, when they're teens and stuff, it's like they got the low self-esteem thing going on too, but you're expecting them to grow the balls you won't grow and walk up to you and be like, hey, Kristen, you're you know what I mean? And you're, well, just because you were a teenager and you're a nice guy and you felt that way doesn't mean all the others, and now you're meeting yet another person that when they were in high school, you know, was the same way. Here he is admitting it, that he was too freaking terrified to approach the girl. So yeah, there's yet another guy as proof. You're like, but how do I know there's any other guys? Only you're telling me this, Dave. Only you're telling me. Here's somebody else, you know.
You're not alone.
But Dave, you're the only guy in the universe who could accept me for who I am, and then like all these other people.
Right here, neon signs everywhere. Do you need neon signs? Do you need me to light up like Broadway?
Yeah.
Do you need me to have the rock?
Works with you and Garrett and Rich. You got all these people. You know.
Do you need to have the New York?
They can accept you, right? You know.
Do you need to have the New York City Rockettes standing out front with signs saying "I accept you for who you are and I think you're an amazing person"? Do I need to have them doing the high kick thing like they do on Broadway? You know,
yes.
With the neon signs and the tap dancing and the play and the whole procession and the marching band and.
Dude, in the state of being when she gets like that and self-defeating shit, the fucking Chicago Bulls could attend her 18th birthday and she still won't deserve it.
Oh God, you guys are on a trip.
No, you're on a trip of sorrow.
I'm
Hey,
Pull the
sorry.
plugs out of your head.
I'm
And
on
hey,
a
check
trip
me
of
out.
sorrow.
Hey, check it out. When I had a belief system that when I'm helping other female friends through stuff, no other female friends are gonna come and help me and back me. They didn't. Then when I cleared that belief system, I got Katarina, I got Daphne, all these people helping me out with other female friends. Then there was the belief system of, I never have any other guys who are similar to me backing me up, helping me with female friends. I finally cleared that belief system, and then here comes Rich, and then here we are, and he's backing me and, helping me raise your self-esteem and stuff. So it's all fucking quantum. I don't care how crazy it sounds to people. Reality's a fucking, holographic interface. It's a fucking fractal mirror, and, the core beliefs, the frequency you resonate, determine the fucking external. Jesus said as much. Quantum physicists say as much. And every time I clear a belief system that says this can't fucking be, all of a sudden that I used to think can't be starts popping into my reality. It's happened too many times. I'm not going to be like, well, that's just a bizarre coincidence. That's not real. No, I see it happening in my real physical fucking reality. So of course it's fucking happening. Every time I clear a belief system, boom, the physical reality changes. That's happened to me way too many times for me to be like, no, that's just all in my imagination. That's just stupid. And it's like, oh yeah, well, this big screen TV must not really be here. It's this little bitty thing. I'm just deluding myself with my huge ego. Yeah, what the fuck ever. We tell ourselves all these stories because we think that nothing good can happen to us. So something good happens, it's like, no, that must not be because, So it's like, I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm using that as like a sarcastic slang. But, it's like every time I clear a fucking belief system, poof, the reality changes. That's happened way too many times to me. Now, I can understand where people who don't have much experience of observation with that, they can look at what I'm saying about it and be like, Dave, you're full of shit. And it's like, well, that's fine. I mean, you haven't experienced it in your reality. You have a belief system that says that can't happen. So, understandably, what I'm saying about it just seemed like total fucking bullshit, and I don't blame anybody for seeing it that way. Dave, you're crazy. You're smoking crack. Whatever it is, fine. I understand that people coming from that angle can see it that way. But I've lived it, and because I've lived it in my physical reality, I'm not going to sit here saying, well, it's physically happened to me over and over again, but I'm just going to pretend it's not. I'm just going to turn a blind eye and go, no. That's not fucking happening. No, because that would be retarded for me to turn a blind eye to it. Yeah, it's happening in front of me, but I'm just gonna pretend it's not there. That'll make it go away. If I just pretend it's not there. Yeah, right. Pretend gravity's not there. Walk off a cliff and see where that lands you.
You know what it reminds me of? It's like ASTF movie. If you've ever watched those, Dave, they're hilarious.
Oh yeah, ASDF. I like
Where the
trains.
No, where the guy's like, I hate gravity. And up he goes, and the guy's sitting there on the ground's like, yeah.
That was so funny.
I don't think I've heard that. I don't think I've seen those. No.
Oh, Dave, they're funny.
You need to watch them. There's all 6 of them.
Have you seen the ADHD videos? Scientifically accurate Ninja Turtles. Scientifically accurate Ninja Turtles.
Oh yeah, you showed me that. That was so freaking funny.
Now, son, don't stick to that cactus. You're dead to me.
Oh,
Hey, that's a nice dog you have there. Wait, there's no dog there. Oh, and then they bark off with each other.
Ooh, I used to watch them all the time.
Uh-oh, got your nose. Look out, he's got a nose.
Oh my gosh.
What pie flavor is that? Pie flavor.
Oh yeah, that was my favorite one. I used to really love that one. Oh, once you see it, you're gonna know. You know what? I'm actually gonna get that for you real fast. It won't take that long. Yeah, really funny.
Why do you know except
but yeah, scientifically accurate Ninja Turtles. Very funny.
Why, you know,
What'd you
why,
just
you
say?
know,
Sorry.
why, you know, accept my contact request on Skype?
Because she's not on Skype right now.
No, whatever.
Just for
It's
that,
fine.
I'm never accepting it. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh my god. ASDF. I cannot believe that you're 19, Rich.
Hey, have either of you ever seen those illiterati videos?
I don't believe so.
Never seen the illiterati? That's freaking hilarious. I'll have to show that to you sometime.
Sounds pretty funny. YouTube's being a little bitch, and okay, it might work. I don't know, but it's really funny, Dave, and if it doesn't work tonight, I'll link you to it later.
Yeah. And for anybody who's actually tolerated from the beginning of this video all the way through to this point in the conversation, for anybody who's actually suffered through the whole thing and are asking, what the fuck does any of this now have to do with red light, green light, and Drake and the globalists and anything else? Plenty. Because it's these basic societal core belief systems that keep you blind to anything else happening out there. I mean, if a core belief, you know, realizing their own self-worth, gee, what else could it keep people from? You know what I mean?
But I will back up my you saying I can't believe you're 19. There are moments where I act like I'm I'm 45 or something, full of experience, and then there's other moments where I'm like this, where I'm acting like I'm 15. It's called having an inner child. You should try it sometime. Being happy with who you are, being vibrant, being not afraid to be crazy, you know?
Yeah, now with me, I never reveal my age publicly for a very good reason. I mean, I let people know I'm over the age of 18, of course, but because people have these paradigms about age, and because, you know, I'm out there like public speaking and relaying information, it's better for people's egos to put me in whatever age box that they feel is comfortable so that they can process the information. Because if my actual age, let's say it's too young or too old as far as outside that little box that says, if he falls in here, I can understand and relate to him. But if he's to this side or this side, then I can't. Then every word out of my mouth, the context changes to something completely unrecognizable. One analogy I use is like, take the word drinking. Let's imagine somebody had the context that the only context for the word drinking is if someone's an alcoholic. They're a stone cold freaking alcoholic drunkard. And they didn't think that the word drinking could possibly apply to, you know, gee, I'm drinking this, right? So you use the word in the context of RC Cola or Dr. Pepper or whatever, but someone's belief system for that word is assigned that only to alcoholism. Oh, you just admitted you're an alcoholic. Don't you backpedal. Don't you try to take it back. I just caught you. It's like, no, I'm talking about this RC. No, you're not. Don't try to make excuses. You need to get yourself to an AA meeting. You just admitted it. So, you know, people view the world through however they decide to frickin' view it. There's no talking, you know, them out of it. And the way I talk is, shall we say, in a lot of cases, older than my actual age. But the way I look, depending on the way I look, whether I have face hair or not or whatever, can be younger than my actual age. So, like, my quote-unquote age tends to be this big fucking enigma, which really helps me because then people are paying more attention to the information I'm speaking and not who is Dave Kelso, what age is he, and this and that and da-da-da. They're paying more attention to the information I'm putting forth because as far as that information, who I am is fucking irrelevant. I'm another equal human being to every other equal human being out there. And I just have a perspective. I have my perspective. And, you know, if the information from my perspective that I put out can help someone, inspire someone, whatever, then cool. I'm happy to put that out there. because inspiring people to be the change they want to create, and slowly, one person at a time, through that inspiration, making this world a better place, is what's most important. Because as it stands, we've got a bunch of criminal fucking gang corporate thugs running the whole fucking planet, and a bunch of, the masses of people who think that having babysitters lord it over us and screw us in the ass is better than taking personal responsibility for their own lives. So, the whole global paradigm shift is more fucking important than who the fuck I am.
Yeah. I completely agree with that.
And
The only thing I will say, though,
I just want to
maybe
say,
people...
my information is better or worse than anybody else's. I just want to put that out there. I'm not trying to put myself on a pedestal like, oh yes, my information is more important. No, I'm just saying that what I am saying is more important than who the fuck is Dave Kelso. That's all.
Yeah. Same. And that's the way you choose to do it. Also, like, how Katarina does it, she helps contribute to it by talking about herself and her own experiences, which is just as, it's just a different way of doing it.
Bingo. But she also doesn't focus on age and status and things like that either.
Yeah.
She focuses purely on experiences, her perspective of it. And you might have noticed that's what I do too. Although, because I've learned to get halfway decent with a video editor, which, by the way, when I started out in 2010, I didn't know dick about editing video. My first original videos sucked pretty hard. But,
Wow. Kind of like
so,
mine, just like simple video, no editing whatsoever.
That's how mine started originally, or really horrible. But, you get better as things progress. But anyway, because I'm halfway decent as an editor now, when I come across pieces of video footage and stuff that I feel are expressing the same point I would make, but I feel that maybe they expressed it better, in better words, maybe it's like only a quarter the length that one of my fucking rants would have been, then I insert that where I would have put my words. A lot of people are like, oh, well, you put that there because you're putting that person on a pedestal and hanging on their words and blindly believing them. No, I'm using that because I feel that what they said already matches what I already believed prior to even knowing that other person existed. And then I came across their content and I'm like, oh, this matches how I feel. Not only that, it explains it better than I can. So, why not use it?
And you give them credit.
Well, of course, in these days, the credit is usually in the video itself most of the time. You got those little things in the corners that, show what website it's from and stuff. I mean, if somebody's got a little stamp in the corner, I'm not going to remove it.
Exactly.
Why would I do that?
Yeah, I really want to start learning how to edit videos a bit better. I think it'll make my videos a lot more enjoyable and just cooler.
Well, start where you are for now, There's nothing wrong with just talking into the camera and expressing yourself. Nothing at all wrong with that.
I don't even know how to record video, much less anything else.
See, you're already a step ahead of him, so there you go.
And I'm about as computer nerdish as they come. I just haven't really had much experience with video except basic high school, video editing. But, I haven't ever uploaded or done a video, of my own work.
So you're already ahead of the game.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of shit that I know.
Yeah, so just, get up there and do what you were doing like on those others. Just be yourself and speak your mind. That is a good starting point. That is good enough.
I'll try to do that.
You don't have to meet these illusions of expectation.
Okay, Dave.
If you think that you have to get good at video editing before you do all that, you're expecting. Hold on, Rich. Hold on. You're expecting 43.
Dave. I was going to do the Yoda thing to back up your point.
fucker, 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 fucker.
Try not.
This is the 15-year-old creeping out.
Oh, that's no, sorry, that was Tourette syndrome.
No, that's funny.
I actually do have a mild case of Tourette, so anybody out there who's like going to be like, "You're bashing people, fuck you, Dave." I actually have it, so fuck you.
I find it funny how you have Tourette's.
Yeah, it's funny. You're
The whole like out of control speech thing is like 5% or less of the cases. It's just that's what the media like hypes the shit out of.
Oh yeah.
I promise you that when I swear, it's intentional and it's conscious.
It's funny, Dave, because when you're talking, you're just like a madman. It's kind of like he is mad, isn't he? Quite intellectual, I'd say. Exactly. There you go. You get a lot of smiles, though. That's a good thing.
I am Darth Powder.
Oh my god.
I think Rich saw that one.
Oh no! They say
Hey,
he's
Rich,
got go
Rich,
go Godzilla.
Hey, Rich, you saw my Darth Powder thing, didn't you?
Yes.
I am Darth Powder.
I am Darth Powder.
Oh, now I.
You will join me.
Oh, where did I?
Together we shall rule the galaxy as father and son.
I don't know.
Here's Mr.
It
Vader.
works.
I'm just saying, if you haven't figured it out already, we're just a couple of Cracker Jacks in a box. When we start talking in a conversation, we get on a roll, and then there's no stopping it. It's like an avalanche that's going 600 miles an hour. You can try, but you're going to get mowed down under 12 feet of snow.
How do you guys end your conversations?
Once I get tired,
too tired to speak anymore, they end.
yeah, when I get too tired and I just tell Dave that he needs to go die and fuck himself because my brain is too tired to think anymore.
Oh my god.
That's when they die.
That's really true. Like, I have to. Sometimes when David is
Shut up! I need to fucking sleep.
Guys, I'm about to get off here. I'm just saying, my brain, like, when I get this tired, I can't form responses very easily.
Go now! Go before it's too late! Go! Go!
I have to see what he's doing.
Hey guys,
It's never going to end. You're screwed. He's going to keep you on for another 5 hours now.
Hey Rich, shut up a second.
No, he's not.
If you only knew the power of the dark side. Lord Vader, execute Order 69. I'm in the mood to fuck.
As you wish.
Execute Order 420 and get me a really big joint.
As you wish, my master.
Execute Order 666. I have a meeting with Satan. Otherwise known as Darth Maul.
Oh my god, I love Rich's reenactment of what Satan would be like. That was beautiful, and I love your whole persona right now, Dave. It's really
And by the way, by Darth Maul, I mean Darth Shopping Mall. We're opening up a chain of stores.
Oh god. I like how you even got into costume for it. That was sweet.
Lord Vader, ass rape Kissinger with your lightsaber.
Oh my god! Rich is in costume. Is your name is Richard, right?
No. Don't say my real name in public. Nobody's
Just
supposed to know who I am.
Just rebuild it? What do you have, an ATM machine on that torso light bright? What the hell is an aluminum falcon?
Falcon. What do you mean they blew up the Death Star?
I'm sorry, bunch of fucking teenagers blowing up the fucking Death Star. I'm just all stressed out.
And what about Panda Bear? Panda Mammy, or whatever you call it.
Mommy, whatever the hell her name was.
Guys, I'm not getting any of the references of what you're doing, but it's really funny to watch you guys do this. So I'm just saying.
And I threw the whole Senate at him. The whole Senate.
No, you got to do this in order to do it right.
Huh?
You got to do this in order to do it right. Because then the crying thing starts, and then it gets really funny, and then it goes from there. Remember, you got to do it in order.
Hold on, Vade. I got another call. Yeah. No, that's no. I'll just have a Coke. Yeah. No.
Oh my god.
I'll have to show you that video sometime. The robot chicken video.
Sure.
It's hilarious.
He's Lord Powder
Alright,
and
guys.
Darth Powder. This is fucking crazy. I never thought this conversation would go here. This is the weirdest video I've ever done. And anybody who watches this all the way through is going to view me in ways they never thought possible.
Look at what you're wearing. Look at what you're wearing. This in a Google Hangout. Both of
They're
you.
probably gonna see me in this black hoodie, and they're gonna think I'm an ISIS member. So.
You're the British man who's been beheading the citizens.
Darth Obama, go to your teleport.
Quite right. More like Darth Rothschild.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you for coming. Don't take that out of context. Oh, that was funny. Hey, you know, when I say paradigm shift and educational comedy, I fucking mean it, bitch.
That was actually really funny. I never thought we were going to get this crazy.
Well, the thing is you haven't seen most of the paradigm shift and educational comedy videos, so you actually don't know how crazy we get.
Well, I'm starting to figure it out, and I'm a lovely add to the crew.
You see, for me, this is pretty much business as usual. It's only new for you. When you got a little more time and can watch some more of the videos, shit, you want to see some of the really fucking crazy videos, I can show you some of that shit, no problem.
Do we want to close this bad boy out? Considering there's nothing else left to do or add or say, even though we've been over time for like 3.5 hours now.
Yeah, let's see, what time is it now? It's 3:40. I'd say this video is somewhere between 4.5 and 5 hours, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, congratulations.
Although I should download it and go through it and take out like some of like the best parts and clips and string them together in like one shorter video just for fun.
Yeah, you know what you need.
Not to replace this video, but just for fun.
No, hold on. What you need to do is you need to take the chunk out with the important bit, you know, and just have serious business, and then the rest of this shit that we did, just put it together in a compilation. And
look, this video is going up as is, and I'm not removing it. Remember this and
well,
that.
You can have the whole thing.
So listen, so beyond that, because we started with all the serious, and then it eventually moved into the crazy. Now I just got to make a video with all the best of the crazy.
Yeah,
with a light touch of serious, but mostly crazy.
yeah, you became Lord Powder, and I became Darth Powder. That was kind of funny. That was wacky.
Darth Powder. I mean, I've done the Darth Powder thing before, but this is this is like
You took Darth Powder and you became Sidious, and I became Darth Powder. So I was kind of able to retort off of you a little bit. What the hell is an aluminum falcon? I still love that. What the hell is an aluminum falcon? What do you mean they blew up the Death Star?
just rebuild it. Who's gonna give me a loan, jackhole? You? What do you got, an ATM on that torso light
Torso light bright.
Now get your 6'2" asthmatic ass back here. I'm gonna tell everyone what a whiny bitch you were about Patamami or Panda Bear or whatever the hell her name was.
Oh, he's crying. He's crying. Oh, there. I'm just
stressed out. Bunch of fucking teenagers blew up the fucking Death Star. Oh, that was hilarious. I love that scene. That's like one of the best in the whole thing.
I still love that ad with Boba Fett where he's dancing with Padme and he's like, that was fucked up. It was so fucking funny. It was just like, and Anakin's sitting there like a jealous little bitch. He's just like,
I like the one where Boba Fett ends up feeding Han Solo to this pack of tauntauns. He's like, "All right, everybody, let's say it." And I thought he smelled bad on the outside. Remember that? That was great. Well, I guess that's all for the serious and the insane and everything else. And I should probably hit the stop broadcast button on this before we go into total uber overtime. Before it goes from funny to just stupid. So thank you everybody for listening, watching, hiding under your bed, and being halfway tempted to call the police. We really appreciate your your viewership there. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your enemies, tell Obama he's a little whiny bitch. Anyway, thank you for watching, and catch y'all later.